I have no idea if this is working or not. And that's kind of scary. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I got a way of checking that. I got a way of checking it. What am I talking about? My phone says I'm alive. I guess I'm live. Good evening. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 da ba ba da ba. Hello, Connor. I'm going to guess, by the fact you've heard me go ba 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 ba, that we are in fact working right now. Because I've got no idea if sound is happening. You know, OBS tells me it does, but I have no idea for YouTube. YouTube, I will say now, if their feedback on you being actually live is rather good. Yeah, there should be any video. I mean, like, you know, working. I mean, like, hello. Mwah. Look, I even dressed up in game. There's no video whatsoever. The background should have been the same. I just want to check. Is there now picture? That's the scary thing. Video's on now, yeah. This was just my starting scene, so don't worry. This was just a little cheeky starting scene. Yeah. I also don't know what the delay is like on chat for YouTube. I've set it to the lowest it can possibly be. But also, hello. I am vaguely aware that quite a lot of people here haven't necessarily seen me before, because it's been a little while since I've been visual on stream. So, hello. This is what I look like when I've had a haircut. And, like, you know, don't look like a mess. I've put a shirt on today. Where Frog? Frog's here. I'm just also not, you know, wearing this while we do. The Pong? Oh, ping. Ah, I see. Well, that might give you an indication of what the lag is like. It should only be a couple of seconds. Ping pong. I think it's only going to be a couple of seconds at most. But yeah. God, YouTube is like the most complicated. We don't want to go playing anything that's potentially not copyright friendly tonight, so let's very much avoid that. How are we doing? Because I am, like, I'm gonna be honest, like, slightly pooping myself. In that this is, it's a new platform for me. So I don't know. I mean, I've sent out a million pings. If people come, they come. If people do not come, they, in the words of Kamala Harris, do not come. League's hype, I cannot begin to express right now the level of hype that I have for Leagues. It is like actually somewhat unbelievably surprising how excited I've got. Because I had kind of started losing the hype a little bit. I'm going to be honest. There was a moment, a brief moment, like when they had announced it, and it was like, oh, it's only in 3 weeks' time. Like, I don't know. It's kind of bad timing for me. I was expecting Sailing to come out first, and then we get Leagues right at the end of the year. There was a lot of things where, like, for me, I had expected it to, I don't know, it had kind of burnt itself like a little bit too quickly. Like, I would have much preferred like a month. Wasn't it scheduled around this time? It was just scheduled the end of the year. Like, they're very vague on the thing. I just thought Sailing was right around the corner dropping. Sailing would have came now, and Leagues would have came like November. Thankfully, I've managed to get the full first week of Leagues off, so that's not an issue for me. And they've won me around. And we're gonna get to that today with some of the relics. I'll say this now. I am a lot less certain on every relic than I was even a day or two ago. In fact, there is one section of relics which I might genuinely not have an idea of what I'm gonna be picking. Also, hello Nemo. This isn't my picks. No, I'm gonna cover every single relic. 2 seconds. Nemo needs a moderator. Hello, Nemo. Mwah. Moderator for you, just in case any weirdos come in. You and Connor will more than happily get this. Click this relic layout if Gigabait Versatile. No. I'm genuine. I'm going to go through every single relic. I'm going to share a little bit of information. It just happens to be 6 different tiers of Banker's Note. No. I am going to be very much specifically going through the relics that are on offer in each individual tier, their particular strengths, their particular drawbacks. Nemo, don't just clear out Elroy because you're being funny. 10 seconds only. It's just coincident. Oh no, the relics that are on my picture are definitely not the relics that I'm picking. The relics in front of you right now are not the relics that I've just realized what you mean, Elroy. No, the relics that are surrounding my character are not the relics that I'm picking. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, they look like bait relics. Oh, I quite literally just picked the one relic from each tier that I liked the look of the most. I just picked literally the most interesting looking relic. Hexa... What do you call it? Is it a hexagram? Is it hexagram the name of the shape? I'm sounding very, very fucking stupid now. Hexagon. That's the one. That's the word. I'm thinking of pentagram. which is a totally different thing. Yeah, I picked the hexagons of each of the different tiers that I just thought it looks the prettiest. I'll tell you, of these, there is only one of these relics, two of these relics that I'm probably picking. I'm sure you can probably guess which of the two. Nemo's gonna be playing Leagues, I think, right? I think Nemo said they're gonna play Leagues. Necron X? Well... we'll get to it. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Hey, spec maybe. I am... We'll get to it, but there tier 7 right now, let me just tell you, is the relic tier that I have had the most difficulty with in any leagues ever. But it's active gameplay locked. Yeah. We're getting ahead of ourselves. So chatty person. Are you all comfortable? If I'm gonna play a day? Yeah, probably. You'll get a tier 7 in like 2 or 3 weeks? 2 weeks maybe? I think Nemo will play. Nemo will play because it'll look really fun and Nemo will feel like they're missing out. Nemo's a real big sucker for, I know. God, when one of them throws a tantrum. I am not the person to sit here and talk about that. So chat. How do you feel about maybe getting started on a little thing that I've got prepared? Look at this! We've got a whole fucking... Wait a second. We need to do it this way. OBS. No, it's resized itself. You fucking... I love OBS, I swear. There we go. Professionalism. Professionalism right here, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing but the finest quality. And also, the music isn't working. There we go. So I would like to now let you guys come on in and welcome to me, King Cuddler's guide to relics for old school players, and also other people might find it a little bit useful too. If you have any questions as we go along through the stream, please feel free to interrupt me. I am sitting there eyeing the chat as we go. But otherwise, we start with probably one of the more interesting tiers, kind of, which is the tier 1 relics. Because I actually think these relics are really interesting for reasons that we'll get to. Not particularly necessarily good reasons. But there is interesting things to discuss about each of these relics. I suppose is the most polite way I can say of some of these relics are pretty terrible and you should not pick them. If like literally someone had a gun to your head, it might be worth skipping and actually just accepting the L. You see, have 3 relics that have something to do with Arch. Yeah, so let's start with the first of these relics, which is, of course, maybe one of the most insane relics that Leagues has ever discussed. And the fact it's a tier 1 relic is Excavator, which, as it says here, grants us a pickaxe that provides mining and archaeology benefits, counting as both a pickaxe and a manic, which is ridiculous in and of itself. That's like a high-level tool for 2 skills that benefit from having high-level tools already. These are also the 2 skills that benefit most from having a high-level tool. Woodcutting doesn't really benefit as much on hatchet in terms of as much as mining, and definitely archaeology does. And yeah, while training mining with the tool equipped, it banks your ores automatically. And yes, as Elroy's just said in the chat there, it does also automatically bank gems. Ores are automatically smelted into bars without the required smithing level, which is insane. Because while like smithing ores doesn't necessarily take a lot of time, a lot of the ores, similar to how it is in Old School, where you need X number of coal to X number of ores, it's a little bit more generous in RS3, and you don't have to do a whole inventory dance of getting the perfect number in. But there is usually a primary ore and a secondary ore. Getting both of those can be incredibly painful. I think is probably the best way of sort of describing it. So being able to get a bar from just one resource straight away every time that you mine, and it's automatically being banked for you, is just beautiful. And it will also mean that you don't have to then go and turn them into bars, which is a whole slow process in itself, until you get smelting gloves. Yet your gems are automatically cut, so I believe this has been confirmed that, as Laura said, gems are banked. But this will work for the gem rocks, which means that crafting, one of the most important skills that you'll want to level up early because it's part of Invention. Crafting is basically free because until like level, I mean, I'll be honest, probably level 99, you'll probably just do gem crafting with this relic. But it just means gem crafting is completely AFK. And that is just an insane experience an hour. And you'll do double damage during your opportunities, which this one, I was like, oh, but everyone's just going to do mining AFK. But the reason why this is kind of actually really good is that this really benefits you if you're doing super active mining. If you're being really, really active with your mining, you're not just clicking to restore your stamina, which, as we sort of mentioned, yeah, it just means when you get those criticals with the rock opportunities, which are when rocks start having a little glittery tinge around them, you click on that rock, you get a critical hit. It does a lot of progress towards getting the bar filled, because you can have a high level pickaxe, which like I think it's a tier 100 pickaxe they've now said, and a tier 100 manic, which is like insane. It's as good as you're gonna get in main game anyway. It is just absolutely incredible. You will be like, potentially for some of them, with the damage that you're doing, that might be like multiple ores at a time. I don't know if they've calculated out that it does more than 100%, because I know sometimes you can carry on a bit over when you do get the crit, but it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, most people have ignored that one. It's just gonna be very, very, very powerful for mining. If you're doing it a little bit more actively, which it's nice. I mean, base mine you can do is Captain 1. Yeah, I've had little bits of hit go cap over when I've had a rock opportunity before. I don't know if it just will then just finish at the end of the next bar or whatever, but it's still a pretty nice reward if you're just going to do a bit of extra like active mining as you go. It's nice that there is a relic that makes a skill AFK, but rewards you for not being AFK. Which is very much the opposite when we come to archaeology, which this just turns archaeology a skill that is very, very important for the progress of a player's account. And for old school players, you kind of won't understand just why archaeology is like foundational to like the thing, but within archaeology there's a whole separate relic system that's very much like League's relics, but very weak in comparison. But they have their own little relic system in there. And getting all of those relics really, really early will do nothing but just greatly increase the speed at which you can progress through the game. Like, I can see quite a lot of people, day one, just literally going and doing 120 archaeology if they pick excavator. Like, that's the first thing that they do. They just go... They might get 99 mining first, just so they have all of the geodes with archaeology materials in. But I can see a lot of people doing 120 archaeology day one. Yeah, some of them are actually just low tier League's relics as well. In fact, as we'll get to in a little while, some of them are also low tier RS3 League's relics as well. So with the archaeology, you bank archaeology materials automatically, which is huge because archaeology early on is a lot of inventory management. Later on, that's not always a problem, but this just removes the need for something called porters, which are little pocket items that bank stuff for you. This just makes archaeology super relaxed. You get 5 times chronotes, which are a resource that you get from handing in archaeology collections. So if in archaeology, you dig up relics, they're grouped into collections, you hand them into collectors, you get something called chronotes. Chronotes are used to buy upgrades from the archaeology store, as well as used to switch the relics that you've got. So right now in RuneScape, you've got like 4 maybe, presets for... 4 presets for your archaeology relics. Switching between them costs chronotes, so having lots of extra chronotes just means that you can switch between different bits of content that you're doing very, 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 very quickly. One of the big problems, like literally for me at the moment in main game, is that I get stuck to having just the archaeology relic preset that I've got, rather than switching to something that's a little bit more efficient, because it might take me an hour to get the amount of chronotes it needs to switch a relic. But having 5 times that progress is just mwah! Like, as a habitual relic swapper, it's gonna be great. Oh yeah, and you can, of course, yeah, as I was just pointing out in my chat, you can always have active archaeology relics. This just lets you switch between them, and by having more resources, it means you can switch between them more readily, more quickly, as you jump between different bits of content. It just is a massive time save of having to sit there and point this thing. Also, with archaeology is a skill that's just in general in Leagues going to be really, really, really good to level. It's a really slow skill in the main game. I mean, it's not the slowest, but it definitely is a skill where there is points in the game where you'll be doing the same thing for a couple of hours before you finally get to escape from there and move on to something else. In Leagues, because of boosted experience, the fact you're going to have that higher level Matic is just going to mean that you're basically prepped the entire time that you go through there. Yeah, material costs to restore artifacts are halved. This is amazing. So, as part of digging up those relics, you'll get materials that you need to restore them as you go. Main RuneScape, this is not a problem. It's an entire economy of itself. When they were deciding archaeology, they didn't design archaeology for Iron Men. This was like a very specific thing that they talked about when they were releasing the skill. The skill isn't designed with Iron Man players in mind. It's going to be doable for Iron Man. And then like a month before launch, someone went, but how do Iron Man players get enough archaeology materials to complete relics? And someone went, excellent point. Looked at it and were like, that doesn't work. So they introduced material caches, which are like specific dig spots that deplete rather quickly, that let you farm those materials by halving the materials that are required to restore artifacts. One, it means big XP number sooner. It also means less time digging around for pointless little extra, you know, free extra furs that you need. You don't have to run across the map for all of that. Oh, thank you, Snowy. I appreciate that. Mwah. Yeah, the thumbnail for this video, I'm gonna say now, I don't know how, it's the best thumbnail I've ever made, and I did it in like 5 minutes. I know it's numb. Yeah, now, here comes the most important thing for the archaeology, which is time sprites are stationary and follow the player. So again, to explain for old school players, in archaeology there is a little flashing ball of light, think like Navi from Legend of Zelda, that jumps between the different archaeology spots of the same type, and if you do the archaeology digging there, increases your progress. You get this little chargy bar. When you get the maximum points in that, it just increases your progress even faster. You basically get like a little hype mode going. The time sprite being stationary means that you never have to move between archaeology spots, which just means you can literally sit there, and it makes archaeology 100% AFK, but not just 100% AFK, but it means maximum efficiency 100% AFK. It is a beautiful. It's like, whereas like with mining, they at least put a little benefit to doing it actively. They didn't need to do it for this one. They were like, nope, this is gonna make it nice and easy for everyone. Yeah, like the blue tears from Tears of Guthix, there's a point that you need to click on, and it's just very good. Yeah, the next one, which is your archaeology journal, acts as a free soil screener. This is like a really minor one, and I actually didn't read this till I was putting this like PowerPoint together. I had completely at this point was like, oh yeah, excavator, great relic, great choices, whatever. But this acting as a free soil screener is huge. So a soil screener, again, for the old school players who've never done it, when you do archaeology, there's a chance that you get something called soil, which is not a resource you can use, but you can filter it. Later on in archaeology, there is an invention artifact that you can make that filters the soil and just gives you like a random chance of extra materials as you're digging. Having this with your archaeology journal, which by the way you're going to have in your inventory all the time when you do archaeology because it teleports you back to the archaeology guild, that acting as a free soil screener is incredibly useful. One, it's really nice that they didn't just make this a relic wide thing, because there are a few uses for archaeology soil in potions, like in herbcraft, in herb lore. So it's nice that this isn't just automatically you've got the effect of the soil screener. You can put the journal in the book, in the bank, and you don't need to like, you can't deactivate something. You know, it's not something you've got to actively, you no longer can do because you can't deactivate it. You can put it in the bank, you can get rid of that and then get the soil when you're digging it. But it also just means, again, soil tends to be something that clogs up your inventory space. So just not having to worry about it. Beautiful. And then here's my favorite one. This is like where they went from excavator is broken to excavator is like so beyond broken it doesn't make sense anymore. Like, actually, why is this the most powerful relic they've ever put out, and why is it tier 1? Like, this could have been a tier 5 relic and people would have picked it. Is the fact that geodes have a chance to contain archaeology materials. Geodes are little crackable rocks that have gems in them, and a few other bits and pieces while you're doing mining. The fact that you have a chance with those geodes of getting archaeology materials as well, which again, as I've mentioned, on an Iron Man account are slightly irritating at times to get. This does just mean that ultimately, because the fact you're going to have less materials required and you're going to be getting those extra materials from mining, it just all pays back into itself. They just mean that essentially you're never going to need materials. It's really, really good. And also, like, it's just beautiful. It just makes Invention and stuff like that really good, because Invention early on, if you're getting it before you get Perfection, later on is going to need a whole bunch of invention materials to be disassembled. It's just great. This is just like the most insane relic of all time. And again, it's tier 1. So, what are the cons of this relic? Chat, is there anything bad about this relic? Because I'm going to tell you now. I hate to say it, but this relic might be, like, so pushed that I cannot think of one downside of picking this relic. Early bossing might be a little bit harder because you don't have food. Yeah, you can't augment the tool, I guess, but, like, let's be honest, we're not really needing that too much. Yeah, the bad part is that there's only one relic in tier 1. Well, wouldn't it be really useful if you could go back and pick another relic? That would be... Man, wouldn't that have been really interesting if that was a choice? Foreshadowing. So yeah, excavator, it's like A tier, S tier, plus, star, gold star, 10 out of 10. This is just beautiful. This is like the platonic ideal of a League's relic. So now we move on to Divine Woodcutting, which grants a powerful hatchet for both woodcutting and divination. While training woodcutting with the tool equipped, logs can be automatically burnt. And unburnt logs and bird nests are sent to your bank. Wow. It makes woodcutting AFK, I guess. Other than the tree dropping down, it gives you a nice powerful hatchet, which, you know, I'll get to why that maybe isn't important in a moment. But when training divination with the tool equipped, memories are automatically deposited straight into the rift. This is very, very good. This is like actually pretty great. If I'm gonna give any like one thing where, boy, I wish this relic had more, because this relic kind of speaks to me. Well, I infer from this that this means that it's similar to the gate thing, where it doesn't even it's not just that you get the slam dunk deposit, it automatically deposits at the moment you harvest it. So this makes divination really, really nice. Chronicles are captured instantly. Well, it's really unfortunate that there's a prayer that does that. Energy springs last 60 seconds longer, which, I mean, I guess is nice for the for you if you need divination energy, and you get double divine energy from springs and memory conversions, which again, like, divine energy in main game is really useful. It would be really a big shame if, like, the main use for divine energy past, like, the early game is Invention, and they happen to negate the need for divine energy. I mean, yeah, so, like, here's the thing. Like, for divination, a lot of your divination will be done passively through your daily caches and stuff like that. Like, divination is a bit of an ass skill to train. If you do divination springs, it's really slow. So, like, the fact that it makes it a little bit more AFK, a little bit more thing, is actually, like, quite a large buff to divination. You will need to get 80 divination for... You will need to get the 80 divination for Invention. That's like one kind of thing. But again, wouldn't it be really unfortunate if, like, this skill is essentially going to exist for a large proportion of players in the later games of leagues, only for points? It's kind of depressing. So this relic is like, it really feels like they just threw two things together. Like, they probably had the woodcutting axe, which is straight from the old school leagues, and we're like, we need to put something else on this. What do we put extra on this? And I guess wood cutting is fine. Divination is kind of people don't like. Oh yeah, divination. It just feels like a very much slop together relic. I'll say now this is my least favorite tier 1 relic. This relic is so close to being interesting, but it's just like, here's the thing. Do you know how you make this relic really interesting? Add fletching into the mix. It doesn't just have the burnt logs option. It also has stringing bows. Something like that. I feel like if I had that, Divine Woodcutter would become actually kind of sick. But as it stands, this is... I'd call this like low C tier, high D tier relic. It's I don't know. Yeah, I think that's like where I'd place it if I was going to do a tier list. It'd be like high D tier, low C tier. Is there a person out there that will look at this relic and go, yes, this is for me? Yes. I'm going to say now that this will probably have the second lowest pick rate of any relic in leagues. I will not be surprised that that's the case. There's only one relic that I think is going to have a lower pick rate. I mean, it is a case that the mining archaeology relic is so good that it makes the others look bad. Oh yeah, one more thing I mentioned. You know how I said earlier that some of the archaeology relics replace the need for things that this does? So with the archaeology relic, there is an option to immediately be able to deposit all of the memories that you get rather than doing them one at a time. So it kind of makes the second part of the divination part here kind of useless. And there is also the option of burning logs automatically, if I remember rightly. I've never used it before, but I'm fairly sure that that's also an archaeology relic, right? Like, I'm like 90% sure that's the adds a days, something like that. There's something that lets you do the burning logs automatically thing. So, like, if you like this, honestly, just pick archaeology, because all of the good stuff's in archaeology anyway. Which brings us on to, rather unfortunately, our third tier 1 relic, which is Animal Wrangler. And guys, who here played the last leagues and picked Animal Wrangler? Because this is like almost identical to Animal Wrangler from Old School leagues. Which, by the way, in Old School leagues, this was the obvious choice, tier 1 relic. There was the mining one, which was like okay. There was the woodcutting one, which I think only Hanani picked. And then there was this one, which I think everyone picked. It was very good. This is very nice. And I would say, if you were like so against picking a meta relic, thank you. All it adds is the archaeology relic that burns all logs. I knew there was one. I knew there was one. But yeah, here's the problem. One, as Alvarez just said, hunting and fishing are so much more relevant. Or at least the bits in here are so much more relevant in Old School than they are in RS3. Now, that's not to say fishing isn't useful. So let's just go over this relic. It gives you a powerful harpoon for both fishing and hunting. While training fishing with the tool equipped, no bait required for fishing. Now, that's pretty good early on. There's some stuff I'll talk about this, why this is a little less good. But early on, this is actually pretty huge. 50% increased catch rate for all fish is incredible. So one thing that you might be a little bit spoiled on in old school is that the fishing catch rates in Old School are actually significantly higher than they are in RS3. it's one of the things that I think slightly tweaked in Old School to make it a little bit more generous. It is quite slow in Old School, RS3 rather, especially for some of the more useful fish. That being said, you can still get with some things a fairly decent catch rate overall. But yeah, it's nowhere comparable to it's nowhere comparable where it is in Old School, even when you have archaeology perks and stuff like that. Not archaeology perks, invention perks rather. Now, all fish caught are automatically sent to the bank. Again, fucking great. So this is like was a big part of why I loved fish getting automatically sent to the bank in Old School, was that you just ended up being able to do nothing but fish carom ones. Now, unfortunately, one thing I will say is that most of the useful fish in RS3 cannot be AFK'd. Carom ones are not good food. Your good food, you know, sharks and higher, those fishing spots move. So this kind of means that a lot of the cool, interesting meta skilling opportunities and food opportunities in Old School kind of don't work in RS3. And yeah, you can have your fish automatically cooked, brilliant, and you get the experience, brilliant. One thing I will say is that with a lot of the relics that come later in this leagues, one of the things that you might find if you pick this relic is that this is a relic that is really, really, really useful early on. This is a thing that is like really, really useful early on. As you get later into the game, as you get your combat relic, as you get your tier 7 relic especially, to be honest, for like large swathes of content in the game, you're not going to need food, to be absolutely blunt. So if this is the relic that you want to pick, I will say this is a like low B tier, high C tier relic. Like it's almost if archaeology wasn't on the board, like if the mining relic was just mining and not archaeology as well, and it was up against this, I might pick this against a mining pickaxe. If this was just against archaeology and not the mining part, there's a couple of times where this might, for some people, be something that they, if you want to like specifically early rush bosses, stuff like that, this is something that is really okay. But later on, as you get into leagues, this is going to become more and more relevant. This is like the inefficient weirdo pick. So with that, I'm going to give this tier my rating, which is that essentially, do not pick divine woodcutting under any circumstance. There is no universe in which divine woodcutting is good for you. However, I am not against you picking the fishing relic. We didn't actually touch on the hunter parts. The reason why I didn't touch on the hunter parts is because none of your hunter training will actually care about this at all. The hunter, you don't, like, the hunter stuff is so irrelevant in RS3 that it does not matter at all. So we're not even going to touch on that because it doesn't matter. If you were to pick this, if you were to pick the fishing hunter relic, fine. But like, if you're like, I'm gonna tell you now, excavator will have a 98% pick rate. Divine woodcutting will have like a 0.8%, and the remaining will be on the fishing relic. And I'm sorry that I'm slightly ignoring you, Persephone. It's just that I am rattling through my speech rather quickly. It is hard to break that flow. I love you. Mwah. This will either be edited into some form and go up as a YouTube video, so... Ooh. Just give me a second. I'm gonna have a quick quick drink of Monster before we tackle more skilling buffs. And also, the worst tier of leagues. This one, I'm going to go a lot quicker because, to be honest, Chat, let me tell you now that, you know how I said the archaeology relic is the most pushed relic that's ever been introduced into leagues? Let me just tell you now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a competition on our hands here. But first, we've got to discuss, boy, a relic that I know people are going to pick, and I'm going to get incredibly angry when they do. I can tell you now that already I see this having like a 5 to 10% pick rate, and I will get furious at it. This one, like maybe a 1% pick rate. This will be like 90 something, 80 something. But I'm gonna tell you now, boy, the people that pick this relic specifically are my enemies. So let's go over what this relic does. So golden footed grants a pair of boots that ensure a sure-footed approach to agility. Golden Hawk boots grant you agility experience periodically while running, every 10 ticks, so every 6 seconds. While running, skilling, or when using ultimate abilities. Fine. When using ultimate abilities is really interesting. I don't know why they felt the need to add that. To be honest, like is that actually part of how Silverhawks work? Do Silverhawks proc on ultimate abilities? I actually never knew that, which is an MTX item available in the game. These were an MTX item in OSRS that became a relic in Old School that was based on the MTX item, and now is an RS3 relic that is somehow bad. They just exist, don't they? Just a timer. I'm not sure how Silverhawks work because I've never used them in my life. So yeah, you get passive experience while running around and skilling and lovely. People hate agility. Upon completing agility course, you receive 1,000 coins per agility level, which is actually kind of okay as a moneymaker. This is certainly not the worst early game relic moneymaker, but I can think of 1,000 better options for you. Upon completing agility course, the agility experience for completing it is increased by 200%. That's pretty awesome, actually. This is like the one part of this relic where this basically goes, hey, you guys hate agility and you want to do it really, really quick? Awesome, here you go. And it prevents you from failing agility courses or obstacles. Now, my one big... I don't get why anyone would pick this relic is... Okay, tell me that you're a person who hates agility. That's fine. Put agility on the back burner till you're like tier 4, tier 5, and you've got like, what, 8 to 16 times experience or whatever. Right? Wait till then, and just go do agility then. Go do agility when it's like 16 times multiplier, and at that point, the experience you're getting then is crazy. This is actually the skill for people who really want to get 200 million agility day one. That's all it is. Because essentially agility has no use in the game. They've already made it like infinite run energy a thing at this point. There's nothing that this does. There's no like really good agility mini games. There's some shortcuts and some weird grinds, and there's a couple of bits and pieces. But essentially, like, none of this is beneficial to any human being under any circumstance. Yeah, this doesn't help with anything other than agility and a little bit of gold generation. I will be honest, the gold generation aspect of it is particularly interesting. Like, for example, I will say now, take the woodcutting relic out of tier 1, slot this relic into tier 1. I actually think you might have a couple people pick this as a tier 1 relic. I don't know why, but I think some people would pick that as a tier 1 relic. But it's a really bad pick. Like, the people who pick this will be people who go, I don't like agility, and they go to force themselves to do agility at lower experience modifiers, and it's really funny. It, like, counterproductively makes you do agility early. It's hilarious. But yeah, it's a completely useless relic. This is, like, probably... Ooh, am I controversial in saying this is the worst relic in the league? No, we'll get to the farming relic, but is this the worst relic in the leagues? If it didn't have the gold generation, yes. There is one other option that I think will have... I think this will actually be a surprisingly large picked relic. But I think there is one relic that is worse than this. And I'll get to that soon. Because, oh boy, there is one relic that is worse than this. That will have they'll have the lowest pick rate, I believe. But yeah, this might be the second worst relic in the league. Someone that's not far ahead of it is 5-finger discount, which is your not agility, your thieving relic. God, my apologies that I'm getting all my words twisted up. I'm speaking a lot, and I don't normally do that. Can you tell? In this kind of way. I'm normally a lot more rambly than this. This might be the... yeah, if people pick agility, it'll be the relic that people regret the most. Because they'll realize it's making them do agility early. So, this. Significantly improve your thieving abilities. You never fail a thieving check. That's... fine. There are... things about that are fine. All thieving loot is noted. Again, that's pretty good. Stealing from stalls does not cause them to deplete. Now, this is actually... I'm going to say now... because people are really confused about this one. This part of this relic is the best part of this relic. The stealing from stalls does not cause them to deplete. Being able to infinitely steal from stalls is insane experience. This is better experience than safe cracking, potentially. At least early on. And it will just be... yeah, like you'll just do seeds and stuff like that. You'll do seeds with the farmer when you want to AFK. You'll do pickpocketing stalls when you want to be really active. Oh, I should mention for old school people, this is a relevant thing for old school people. In RS3, pickpocketing men is always automatic. Like when you pickpocket a person, a man, a god, you know, all of the different things that you can pickpocket. Pickpocketing is automatic, is default in RS3. There's an archaeology relic that speeds it up. It did used to not be automatic, but they added that like 2 years ago. The stealing from stalls is the thing that saves this from being the worst relic to me. Until I had fought through like all of the different stall techs, gem stalls, rune stalls, stuff like that, this had definitely been the relic that I thought was the worst. I have revised it after I thought about all the different stalls that you can steal from. But again, one of the big problems with this is a skill that when you hit 200 mil, you don't really ever interact with again. And I think one of the big problems with a league's relic is if you pick a skill just to get to the end quicker, and then you've got nothing to use for it, it's kind of a wasted pick. Like, this doesn't really do that much for you beyond 200 million. If you're thing. And the other part, reduces safe tracking cooldown to 1 minute is fine. Like, that means that your rotation around is really good. There's a couple of spots where there's multiple safes. You might be able to do them back to back to back without having to traverse somewhere else. If there was no safe tracking cooldown, again, that might boost this up in power. But yeah, this is like, if the agility relic is like F tier, this is like bottom D tier. This is like bottom D tier pretty solidly. Like, there is no E tier because like there's nothing in between those two that's that bad. But this is like pretty terrible. It's saved by one part of it being pretty useful. Now, as people have pointed out, all thievery, loot is noted, is a perk of the 99 cape. Also, thieving is, without any of this, already the fastest 99 skill to get. Like, it was the first one outside of some combat techs. This is probably the fastest skill to 99, like, by far. So if you really like that part of things, just go get 99. It won't take you very long, especially if you like wait a couple of tiers. You get like 50 pretty quickly, and then leave it a couple of tiers and come back like tier 3, tier 4 when your experience modifiers went up. This will take you like an hour to get like 99. Don't worry about it. Then you've got all thievery, loot noted, and at 99, most of the stuff that you're going to want to pickpocket, once you've got a couple bits of gear, will be 100% pickpocket chance anyway, or like high 90%, so pretty good. This is a pretty bad relic. It's better than agility, and were it not for the next one, this somehow might be the pick that I would recommend people go with. But then we get to Farming fucking Frenzy, which, chat, I just want to say now, I was sucking on the dick of the Archaeology Relic last year. This relic is more powerful than that, for a couple of reasons. Now, there are a couple of things that have actually degraded this from being what I think is the most powerful relic in the game. This is now, I think, the third most powerful relic, because one of the passives of tier 7 is the ability to just infinitely cast the time skip spell, which will solve the herb problem entirely through Kingdom of Miscellanea and stuff like that. For tier 4, can you get this one twice? Yeah, exactly. Man, yeah, just double the effect of this would be great. But yeah, so you get a range of benefits to nurture your farming skills. Patches are harvested instantly, and products are automatically noted. Amazing. This is a thing that technically kind of exists from the game, but again, awesome. Seeds planted instantly grow to full. Amazing. You don't have to do farm runs, you just need to set a one farm. There is a 15% chance of increased crop yield. Again, fucking great. All patches are always treated with auto compost. Like, at this point, you don't even need to start saying anymore. This is already the best relic that we've discussed so far. There is a 20% chance to save planted seeds when sowing. This is this is unbelievably important. So old school players probably don't realize that in RS3, bosses now no longer drop herbs. It was essentially a huge problem for skillers that it would boss drops had devalued herb drops, like herb prices, so badly that it was like, I think you're running at a loss versus selling just the seeds. I think herb seeds, because of the farming experience, were actually more valuable than some herb drops. And there was bosses that were dropping like 100, 200 herbs on a fairly regular basis. So they removed that, and they now made a system that is, you plant a seed, you can plant multiple seeds, there's a whole little mini thing involved with that, and you get quite low returns depending on how many seeds you plant. And it's a decreasing scale. More seeds, you get more herbs at once, but you know, have to use more seeds for it. It's kind of an interesting trade-off. In leagues, you're going to get the maximum amount of herbs from a single seed, with a 20% chance of saving the seed. Seeds are pretty hard to come across outside of some thieving. Some seeds are really, really difficult. Like, let me tell you now, Quam herbs are like incredibly difficult to get. Dwarf weeds are quite hard to get because the seeds are pretty annoyingly spread out. Quams are like the worst. Quams are disgusting as a seed and as a herb to get. They are just like, there is not many good methods of them. This just will mean that you've got a 1 in 5 chance of not using your seed, and you're getting a ridiculous amount of herbs for it. They're instantly grown. They're grown to the maximum quantity. They've got ultra compost on them. Oh, it's just beautiful. Like, you will be raiding seeds. This will make herb lore, which is, as an Iron Man, one of the hardest skills thing. Really, really easy. And it'll also mean that there's a lot of herb secondaries that you'll need to be growing. It's just, mwah. Like, this makes early herb lores in Iron Man really good. It makes late herb lore for an Iron Man pretty good. This right now is like, as I said, this is like high A tier relic, bordering into the S tier. I think it narrowly misses out now because of its late game functionality is a little bit less useful because there is infinite time skip. That's with the passives. We can maybe discuss the passives a little bit later on. But this is... yeah, this is just... Which is why... this is the only tier that I'm going to say this. There is only one acceptable choice in tier 2. Which is, you have to pick the farming relic. The other two are literally going to harm your life and your experience and your fun if you pick them. You pick farming, even if you hate farming, you now camp a single spot. It's that easy. This is beyond easy, the easiest choice in the entire leagues. You could combine the 2 relics of tier 1 and the 2 relics of tier 2, and I'd still pick farming over that. You could pick all of the relics that I've not picked right now, and I'd still pick farming over it any day of the week. Any day of the week. Also, that is a ridiculous sack Nemo. I am slightly jealous. Okay, so now we get on to tier 3, which is teleportation relics. And I'm going to be honest, this is like the most boring tier. Not because the options aren't good. I just don't think they matter a lot. For me, it's the tier that I... honestly, if you told me to pick one of these 3, I might just take it. Without much thought. This is something that, like, very early on you'll get some use out of, and later on you'll get niche uses out of. It's beyond that not very useful. So, Fairy's Flight. It grants you a mushroom, fairy mushroom, that allows teleportation to any fairy tree, spirit tree, or farming patch, and it automatically completes the tree num quest for you. Reason why this isn't that great, but is fine, is that generally speaking, getting to a fairy ring is pretty easy. Spirit tree, again, there's some very, very readily available teleports that are pretty easy. And why would you want to go to any farming patch? You're picking the tier 2 farming relic. Your plants and crops are automatically done. There's a teleport to a farm freely available to you as one of the, like, basic lodestones. You don't need this. There's a small argument that this is a skill that's worth taking. There's some people that might want to take this because they know the teleports. The thing I'll say against that is that you can get fairy ring teleports from Invention later on. However, that is later on. Early on, especially questing, there's a lot of really useful teleports here. Controversially, I actually kind of like this relic as an early game relic. If you're just viewing this particular tier of relics as, I want something that's going to benefit me early on. Well, Connor, we'll get to why this is not very good for clue scrolls. But yeah, early on, this might be, if you're only thinking about a teleportation relic for how much it does for you early on, this is the best early on option. Because it takes you some out of the way places that there's no other teleport options available for. And that's it. Later on, this is terrible. Which, if we're going to cut the relic that's maybe a little bit useless early on. Okay, but kind of useless early on. But it's really good later on. We should then talk about Assassin's Insight, which grants a Skull of Slaying that allows teleportation to any Slayer Master and Slayer Dungeon, as well as a collection of Slayer targets. This relic, I'm gonna say now, I had originally put this as the worst teleport. No. Nemo, instant reaction you're having, right, is exactly what I was having. That this gives you teleports to Slayer Masters. Well, that's a thing that you already get. It's part of this 99 Slayer key. However... No, it's okay. However... Teleporting to Slayer monsters is actually really cracked. Now, here's the thing. If you're... Because I imagine there's going to be lots of tasks around getting specific Slayer drops. Because there's a couple already. But like unique drops and blah 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 blah. So you're going to be wanting to do a lot of Slayer. Because in RS3 there's a lot of Slayer task specific Slayer drops. So you're going to be constantly teleporting back and forth to the Slayer Masters. And going to Slayer targets. And back to the Slayer Master. And back to Slayer targets. This is cracked for that. Point number 2. So, chat, are you aware that once you've got a 150 Reaper points, you can buy the ability to buy Reaper refresh scrolls for Slayer points? And this is going to mean, this is going to be the way that you're going to grind a lot of the Reaper rewards, like getting additional Essence of Finalities. This is going to be the way that you get a bunch of all of the Hydrix jewelry and stuff like that. You're going to have to grind out Reaper refresh scrolls. So this is a way of getting really, really quickly back to Slayer Masters and then to Slayer Monsters. And especially later on, if you want to do some higher level Slayer ones, not just do like Lumbridge point farming, which is, you know, undisputably really good, but this is going to be a way to farm those Reaper points incredibly well. And again, for old school players, so what you don't know is that there is an ability to get a daily Slayer challenge from Death in Death's little office. It's where you go when you die. He'll tell you to go kill a boss X number of times. He gives you basically a boss Slayer task, and you get special Slayer points with him. That's a daily activity. With reward from him, you can get the option of buying a refresh that allows you to do multiple of those per day for Slayer points. So it means you can grind them out infinitely. This is... yeah. For me, this is the relic, like, really late on, when you get down to grinding it. It's actually going to be really, really useful. It's going to kind of be okay early on. And this is why this tier is really weird, by the way, because I don't think any of these options are bad options. I think there's 2 okay options for specific circumstances, and there's one option that I think's It's because you've got already so many teleport options in RS3. And a lot of the other things that are granted by this, you can just make anyway. This is the one that I think, for me personally, is worth picking over the other one. But this is specifically having later game in mind rather than early game. If you don't care about beyond the early game efficiencies, this is the one to pick. If you only want to care about early game efficiencies, you probably pick Fairy Ring. Which is why I want to point out why you don't pick Voidwalker. Because Voidwalker offers the most teleports, and yet somehow is actually the least one worth taking here. So this grants you an Abyssal Conduit that allows teleportation to any number of destination granted by the Amulet of Glory, Combo Bracelet, Delphi's Anklet, Dig Side Pendant, Enlightened Amulet, Ferocious Ring, Games Necklace, Ring of Dueling, Ring of Respawn, Ring of Slaying, Ring of Wealth, Skills Necklace, and Traveler's Necklace. These are like 100+ different teleport locations, okay? However, most of them are within very short distance of a lodestone. This is like the minorest of minor improvements. This relic would be really good if there was not something in the next tier that ruins this. Because this would be really, really good for doing clue scrolls. But as we'll see with clue scrolls, actually, this becomes useless. So, for me, pick Fairy Flight if you want something really, really good early game. Pick Assassin if you want something really, really good mid to late game. And if you want the most teleports, I'm not against you picking Voidwalker. Why does that take you? The Assassin one doesn't. It takes you to Curadel's Cavern, which the Assassin one already does. Nowhere actually. There's nowhere that it takes you. It's a slightly. It's a slight way that makes the Voidwalker kind of okay. Like, Voidwalker is not a bad choice. I need to make this clear. The first two are choices that have their own unique purposes. Voidwalker is just kind of suffers from being and the main thing that it's useful for, it can't be used for. Honestly, throw a dice, pick one of these relics. So you never take Assassins? No, Assassins takes you more places, because Assassin takes you directly to Slayer monsters. So long as you've unlocked them, by the way. I should make that clear. So long as you've unlocked the Slayer monster, I'll take them. It doesn't automatically complete every Slayer monster associated quest or requirement. That is something you want to do by yourself. If Assassins unlocked all of those quests, my god, it would be the obvious choice. But yeah. Honestly, any one of these relics is fine. You'll probably find... If you pick farming, pick Assassins. Yeah, for some reason, if you don't pick the farming relic, I guess pick Fairy Flight. That's the one situation where I can say, you know what, actually, objectively, Fairy Flight becomes really, really good, is if you don't pick the farming relic for some reason. If you're an absolute idiot, you misclick. Pick things. The reason why farming patches are still useful as a teleport option with Fairy Flight, especially early on, is that there are some of them that are in slightly interesting locations to teleport to. As an early game character. So it has uses. I sat there and I had a little bit of a think about this one last night. Because to be honest, I was actually massively on Voidwalker. And I was like, someone tell me why I would pick Assassin over Voidwalker. They give me like the most basic thing of teleport straight to Slayer monster, and I was like, oh, actually that just makes sense. And I was like, why would I pick Fairy over Voidwalker? And it's like, early game, it's got some interesting hard to get places. That makes sense. Why would I pick Voidwalker to do clues? And well, speaking of clues, I mean, I could skip ahead, like, 3 slides to show why it doesn't matter, but these 3 relics. This is the first interesting choice of leagues, ladies and gentlemen. And also, a choice that if you take, I'm going to consider you an interesting person. Is there any questions on the last tier, actually? Because I feel like there's some really interesting questions people are asking about the teleport ones. I'm going to say now, do not worry about the teleport ones at all, because they're going to very quickly become unimportant. Oops, I fell and clicked on the wrong relic and slipped and clicked yes to the "Are you sure?" question. Champlex, please help. Yep, that's the only situation where, like, I say 100% pick the fairy flight. If you somehow trip and fall and scrape your balls across your keyboard and pick, you know, the agility relic, and you realize your mistake later on, pick fairy flight. Which I guess is also a reason that maybe it actually does get a little bit of a buff, because, look, these opinions are my, like, subjective opinions. There might be someone out there who has a really, really strong and compelling reason to pick agility. Like, where they've made this really, really interesting... They might have made this really interesting spreadsheet where they need shitloads of gold really, really early on. And the agility relic is a really good way of providing that. Well, like, I'm not even... They're thinking, like, 40 chests beyond me. So, like, maybe there is a universe where someone actually genuinely picks that. Yeah, any option's good here. 2 of the options are slightly better than the other one for reason or another. Honestly, I would say these are all green. The only reason Voidwalker I put as orange is, like, you can make everything here. Everything that's in this, including the object that holds all of the teleports, are available as objects that you can craft in the game. So, like, if you really care about this, just make it and all of the different crafting teleports. Yeah, like, that would be an interesting one, you know, where it could just teleport you anywhere freely on the world map. Would be a really interesting teleport one. I think they for me, the teleport tier feels to me like they originally really wanted Last Recall to work, and they couldn't get it working RS3, and they had to, like, pull together a couple of relics really, really quickly. It feels like the most rushed here, because I don't think there's a world in which, if they actually sat down and designed leagues, they wouldn't just pick a more interesting set of 3 relics to make content. But I feel like they had one of them already made. I feel like, Fairy Flight is very simple for them to do. They probably had Fairy Flight, they probably had the Assassin one. I don't think Voidwalker was one at all. I feel like they had Last Recall as an option. Last Recall is not that good in R3. Last Recall falls under a very similar problem to Banker's Note does. Oh, for the R3 players who haven't played Old School Leagues, Last Recall was an orb that when you clicked it, it teleported you back to the last place you teleported from. So if you teleported out of a boss encounter, for example, it took you back to the boss encounter. So you, like, teleported, teleported you straight back to the boss encounter. It's really, really good. It was insane. It's so good they made it, like, didn't they make it passive in the last leagues? Yeah, you teleport back to the place you last teleported from. But yeah, it was so powerful, they stopped it being a relic, and I think they made it a passive last leagues. I vaguely remember it being passive last leagues, because it was that powerful. It was, like, the most picked relic. And, yeah, but the thing is, yeah, R3 was Retreat. The same reason why Banker's Note is just terrible. I'm getting ahead of myself. Right. Production Master. Ladies and gentlemen, Production Master. This is one of the most fun relics in the game, and I am having a really bad time with the fact that I'm not going to pick this relic, by the way. This one is really also quite hard to explain to old school people, so bear with me. This is very similar to the old school Production Master. Oh, they made a... I knew there was something weird they did with it last leagues. I couldn't remember it entirely. It was up against... And total losses, and that... Yeah, there was something weird they did with it. I couldn't remember what they did with it last leagues. So, Production Master. The first half of it is very similar to what it does in old school leagues. Apart from it doesn't benefit smithing, because smithing is now a progress based thing rather than just an inventory based thing like it is in old school. It no longer buffs smithing. It's one of the reasons that I actually probably am skipping this relic. Then you also get a little piece of jewelry that when the brooch of the Elder Gods is equipped, you gain the benefit of portable skilling stations even when you're not using one, which are, for people who don't know, they're an MTX item that aren't available to Iron Men. They give you a chance like doubling your resources, they give you a little bit of additional experience. So this just means you'll get more base experience with a chance of doubled resources when you're doing production master related stuff. It affects cooking, fletching, herb lore, something else. I forget all of them. It affects a lot of things. Fire making, bunch of stuff. It gives you just base experience, higher base experience, like 10% base experience increase. Awesome, fantastic. It also will spawn Seren spirits, which are little spirits that trail across the ground. Click it, you get an item. You get items. It includes one of the rarest items in the game, the Hazelmere Signet Ring. Very, very good. Just like that alone, very good. Divine Blessings, which give Invention components. This is less good for reasons we'll get to later. Catalyst of Alteration, which give clue scrolls. Right, that's the Catalyst of Alteration. I think that's the one. And Manifest Knowledge, which is literally just a huge dump of XP. The Manifest Knowledge things are really weird because they move around a bunch in a really unusual way. But if you click them, you get big experience. It's pretty good. So this just gives you items, invention materials, clue scrolls, and experience at like random intervals, and it gives you +6 to a bunch of production skills as well. Again, it's like all pretty good. This is like a really fun RNG. I want to sit there and click things on my screen while I'm skilling. This is like a really fun relic. I'm gonna be honest. The main downside to this relic is the fact it doesn't touch smithing at all, and I think there was a way to do that. If this had like permanent power burst of... What's the power burst smithing? Power burst of opportunity? To be fair, this is not equilibrium. But because of the manifest knowledge, this is just a really good source of experience for skilling in the specific skills that it affects. And there's quite a lot of skills that proc it off, so like, it's not just the skills that are affected by Production Master. You can spawn them while doing archaeology, you can spawn them when doing mining, you can spawn them when doing woodcutting, and I think basically every major skilling skill. You get that from Gates of Elidness. Yes. Yeah, it's the book from Gates of Elidness. Catalyst of Alteration is the big book. Seren Spirits come from the Grace of the Elves necklace, and Divine Blessings are from the Brooch of the Gods. Again, all of these are items that are available in-game normally anyway, so for some of these, like if you wanted to get that Manifested Knowledge, go do Gates, get the book from that, get the pages from that. It spits out pages. To be honest, like, there will be the way of doing that. Still. It's just the fact it's in a item that's like complete infinite charges, very easy to get. It's pretty good, and the fact it does multiple different ones at once, very fun, and it does them a lot more commonly. Like, this is actually genuinely just a fun item. The problem is it's against the Clue Relic. Now, chap, are you ready for King Cuddler's controversial hot take? Like, the biggest hot take of all time. Are you ready for the single worst relic in leagues? Because we're about to get to it. So the single worst relic in all of leagues, ladies and gentlemen, is Rejuvenated. Now, this is a really controversial one for me to call the worst relic in all of leagues. But I've got a reason for this. What in the previous tiers is worth going back for right now? Like, can anyone think that genuinely, like, oh, I was really close to picking a second teleport relic. The thing is, the people that pick this, I'm gonna guarantee, pick this and get the Invention relic, or get this and get the not Invention relic, sorry, Agility relic, or they get this and they get the Fishing relic. This is your last chance of getting farming excavation if you messed up. True, but if you've planned properly, you shouldn't have messed up. This, I guess, is if you sneeze and slam your keyboard and somehow accidentally activate the relic interface, click the relic thing, click the confirm, drag your balls across your keyboard, all of that. This is there for you, but the problem is, right, that this choice could have been made so much more interesting. Because here's the thing. In a perfect world, Combat Relic should have been tier 4. And this relic, and these three relics, should have been tier 5. Because this would have allowed you to pick a second Combat Relic. And I think if this had been tier 5 and Combat had been tier 4 and you could pick a second combat style, I think that would have been really interesting. Because at that point, I think this actually becomes a really good relic to think about. But I think as it is, this is 100% the worst relic. This should be the relic with the least percentage picked. No, I just think combat should have been tier 4, just based on the points. Combat comes quite late in RS3 leagues. Whereas if this had been where it had been picked, I don't know, would have been quite interesting to me. Sorry, I just realized that my music playlist is just finished, so I'm gonna put it back on. Somehow we've spent an hour already talking about all of this, and we're not even, we're kind of halfway. Absolutely agree, yeah. The thing is, if this had been tier 5, and this choice had been here, and there'd been a second combat choice, man, I think this leagues would have been way more exciting. This is, by the way, it's like my one genuine thing that like is design criticism for Jagex. Because the thing is, push this to tier 4, push this to tier 5. Production Master is a very tempting choice. Clue is the obvious choice. We'll get to why Clue is the obvious choice. This would have become a really interesting choice. Because I think what you'd have, but what I think would have happened then is you'd have lots of people pick tier 4, pick Necromancy, do some early bossing, get some early gear, pick this tier 5, and pick a secondary combat style. That's the one thing that I could see happening. No summoning relic. Well, there is. No. Vizom. Sorry if that's not how you pronounce that. There is a summoning relic. Trust me. Play with me in this space for a moment. There is a summoning relic. And if you know what that summoning relic is, chat, please don't spoil it ahead of time. But yeah, I can't stand doing clues either, so let's get on to clues. Let's get on to your... the second best relic in leagues. And I'm going to say this now, because that's controversial, because I think some of the tier 7 relics are pretty fucking good. But this is the second best relic in leagues. And I hate that it is, because clue relics are always the automatic, obvious choice, and they made it even worse. This basically just makes clues AFK. Well, not AFK, but makes clues easy. Why is that? So you unlock the Globetrotter outfit, and you have infinite charges with the Globetrotter outfit. Hey chap, if you're an old school player, do you know what the Globetrotter outfit does? You know 3 of the uses of the Globetrotter outfit, because there's 3 important ones. Do you know any of them? Nope. Okay, what happens if I said that one of the uses of them is an infinite reroll clue? So one of the options with the Globetrotter outfit lets you reroll your clue to another clue. And since you've got infinite charges, you can infinitely roll your clue till you get something that you want. So for example, hey, you get a outfit clue that you don't have all the outfit pieces for, you can just reroll that. That's pretty powerful, right? Oh yeah, hi Vivi, this is what I look like, yeah. With a nicely cut mullet today. Now, what if I said one of the secondary uses of that is, let's say you do have all of the pieces of the outfit clue. Rather than equipping them and getting them out of the hidey hole spot, you can just press a button on your keypad and it attracts Yuri for you. It doesn't. You don't actually have to go into the clue outfit to get the pieces out. That's not what the most important thing is. So the third and most important use of the infinite charges on Globetrotter is that Globetrotter has an option to teleport you to the clue location. There is the option to be directly teleported to the clue location with the Globetrotter outfit, with infinite charges and the ability just to reroll any clue. So you don't want to do puzzle clues, you just want to do a dig clue. You just reroll till you get a dig clue, and then you teleport and you dig. So one of the things that people were complaining about was the fact that Clue Compass didn't exist as a teleport relic. Because remember, Clue Compass, people loved Clue Compass as a relic before. This is Clue Compass as part of the Clue relic. What is this one up against? This one is up against Production Master, which is fun, but not that great. And picking one of the relics from the previous tiers, which is not that great. This is the worst relic. This is the second best relic in leagues. Clue Compass was a mistake. Well, sure. This is Clue Compass on crack. And it's not just that. Like, if it had just been just that, by the way, if it had just been Infinite Globetrotter outfit, an increased chance of getting clues, fine. However, you get 2 caskets when you complete a clue. You get the maximum number of possible rewards inside of that clue casket. It has the minimum number of steps required. And your chance of getting a clue scroll is doubled. Now, this is the one thing that makes the clue relic in RS3 slightly less powerful. There'll be collection log slots. There'll be, there is like do 100 for clue, hard clues, stuff like that. Yeah, they all exist. Now, the thing is that I need a caution of this is, so you know in old school leagues, they made clues ridiculously common from everything. The one thing is, this only doubles the chance of getting clues. Clues can be quite rare, especially when you get to like elite clues. Elite clues do become quite rare. Master clues you basically only get from opening other clues. This will make getting clues quicker, but not by a whole lot like it does in old school leagues. But the fact you get double caskets, yeah, you'll be doing those collection log clues because you're getting maximum number of 2 caskets. If you want to get dyes for your weapons, the weapon dyes, this will be a really good way of doing it. Like, this is... I wish this was a little bit less good, because I really, like, in my heart of hearts, I want to take Production Master. There is a lot, like, to get Dragon, it doesn't require that many points, and to get all of the cosmetics, it does take quite a lot of points. They have actually put out the first half of the task list as well for easy and medium tier tasks. But yeah, this is such a good relic that, like, I hate to say it, absolutely not to the rejuvenation. Clue relic 100%. But like, yeah, I think it's 60k for Dragon, and I think it's like 70k for all of the cosmetics, or 76 or 67k or something like that for all of the... Yeah, we get the rest of them Monday morning, I think. But yeah, I'm gonna say now, personally, if you enjoy clues on a regular account, if you're a person who actually normally enjoys clues and you haven't played RS3 before, I will say I wouldn't advise against picking Production Master in that one circumstance. If you actually enjoy the art of doing clues and getting clues and running through clues, and you've not done RS3 clues before, and actually you want to see how that whole thing works, all of that, 100%. Clue Relic, like, will just devalue the experience because you've got the infinite teleports. Production Master might be really fun. If you're also someone who's not going for max points, is just wanting to get like a max account, someone who wants to get max levels, doesn't necessarily care about tiers and stuff like that, Production Master, very, very good relic for that choice. If you're someone who's going for maximum points, speed points, getting higher tiers quicker, the amount of points that you'll get by the time that you unlock this relic, you'll have so many points just immediately banked waiting for tier 4, that this will almost carry you to tier 5 by itself. But also, this is the one relic that makes the teleport relic completely useless. So you know I said earlier, the reason why Voidwalker is a little bit useless is because its main use you don't use it for. Well, Voidwalker's main use is to do clues. If you've picked the clue relic, it teleports you directly to your clue spot. So again, if you want to go back to Voidwalker earlier on, if you were to pick Production Master, you know, for whatever reason, Voidwalker suddenly becomes probably the best choice for you. But if you're going to a sensible place, pick Clue the Relic. Clue Relic's just good. It's just good. Which now brings me on to my favorite tier. I feel like there was 2 things they needed to change, but this is the combat style specialization. And before I look at this, to old school people who've not played RS3, is there a style that you particularly want to play before League starts? Like, is there anything that you, maybe not having a look at this a lot? Wait, Nemo, have you not looked at what these do? Alright, because I wish I'd done this in a different order now. I wish I'd done this. No, Nemo, don't worry. It doesn't have free Greco. It's got free something else, but it doesn't have free Greco. You're not looked at anything? Cool. Then you're about to have your mind blown. Everyone tells me to do Necromancy. Okay, I will go through the argument for Necromancy for you when we get to Necromancy. Because I don't necessarily know you. I'm guessing you're hello random YouTube viewer. You might be someone from Frog Kisses or from Blue Sky that I just don't recognize the YouTube name of. Unfortunately, for a lot of you, I don't recognize your YouTube names unless you've got the same ones as you do on Twitch. There's if you've never played RS3 before, how competent are you in Old School? Like, what is your bossing capabilities in Old School? Like, oh, that's perfect. Well, welcome. At the end of the stream, I've got lots of other places to follow me, and I'll also be streaming leagues, maybe on here and on Twitch. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, Soflin, I know you. Yeah, I was gonna say, I almost said Soplin. No, it's Soflin. I recognize your name because you go by that on Blue Sky, and you're in Rainbow Road. I'm like 90% sure you're in Rainbow Road, and also maybe Frog Kisses. No, actually, Nemo, I'm gonna say now, in leagues, Necromancy actually is really broken. Necromancy is so incredibly broken. Like, it's... Spoilers, the second best combat style, kind of, maybe. Do you want to Twitch for a game after this? Honestly, depends just how this is going, to be fair. Once I finish this, I might just stay on here for the rest of the night. I haven't decided. Like, genuinely, I've got more viewers here than I normally would on Twitch. So, like, it just depends on what people want. You guys, you've done tour. Okay, so... Necromancy will be very good to you. Necromancy will be very good to you. You will probably not hate doing a different combat style as well. Especially depending on tier 7 relic picks. I'm gonna be honest. Tier 7 relic pick will turn some of these skills very, very broken. For YouTube Live, just get a preview. Yeah, that's up to them. To be fair, like, this is why I thought I'd try this, because I obviously had that YouTube video that did pretty well. You know, it's like nearly 8k views right now. This isn't even the last perk. No, there's 3 tiers of perks beyond this. But yeah, my YouTube video did very well. I went, well, I've never streamed on YouTube. I wonder what the discoverability is. Very few people stream RS3 on YouTube. Yeah, this is only tier 5 of 7. Nemo, don't worry. When you see what these relics do. Okay, should I rip off the band-aid? Because the thing is, we're gonna talk about the most powerful relic in in RS3 leagues as the very first relic. You know what? We're gonna be really, really controversial. I'm skipping out of the order that these are in on my list because I don't want to talk about the most powerful relic first. So we're gonna start off with the magic relic. We're gonna start off with the magic relic. No, range is the most powerful combat style in the game right now. So, magic relic. So, the first thing you should notice that the first 3 things on these relics are available in every single tier. So, in every single tier, you'll generate 2 times the amount of adrenaline with your basic insert skill here abilities. Your cooldowns for that specific skill will be reduced by 20%, including special attacks, and your hit chance will always be 100%. Why 100% hit chance is important, by the way, for the old school players out there, is that on RS3, we work on an accuracy-based system. It's a damage potential system. Your accuracy is your percent of your maximum possible damage that you do, to a boss. So if you've got 75% accuracy against a boss, you'll be doing 75% of your maximum damage. It shouldn't be called hit chance yet. It should just be called accuracy or damage potential is what they should call it. It is just damage potential. So you will always have 100% damage potential with magic, with that, which I believe also applies if a boss is normally immune to that damage type. I believe that's the case. I'm fairly sure that I read you won't always do max damage, but you'll have the you have the chance of doing your maximum damage. So let's say that your max hit with magic was 6k. Like that's its max normal is 6k. You might sometimes do 3k, you might do 4k, because there is still damage roll in there. But if you had 75% damage, you would only be able to do a maximum of 75% of that 6k. No, this doesn't affect Kaiwias. Oh, no, it does actually, yeah, because Kaiwias have the accuracy problem. Sorry, you're right. Yes, it does. But don't worry, we'll talk about weapons getting effective weapon tiers in a moment. But again, every single combat style has these first three, but just for their specific combat style. It's only anything after these first three that, what? Tier 90 accuracy, tier 80 damage. Yeah, actually, that means they're worse. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess that is true. But yeah. So 95% chance to save runes in combat is. Love you, Vivi. The rest of this will be up available to watch at a later date if you want to as well. So thank you very much for coming by. Do appreciate it. Now here is a thing that sounds incredibly good. So yeah, the chance to save runes. You don't really use runes in Magic, and because of infinite shop stocks, this is actually not that good, but it's fine. This got changed to 95%. It was originally 50%. It got changed to 95% because range needed 95%. What's the difference between DPS being DPS to tank wise? That also, by the way, won't really matter that much. Tank armor, we'll get onto why the whole thing, because you have 100% accuracy. You'll get more damage with power armor. You'll get to as no context. Oh, okay. Rum and Coke. Give me 2 seconds. I will give a great example of that. That's actually a really good question. And because combat, we're dealing with combat right now. Let me get logged in. And I'll go over a set of armor and equivalent-ish tank armor. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm trying to think if I've got a set of tank armor in my bank right now that's worth comparing to. What is my magic setup right now? In fact, no. I know. I do have a comparable set of armor. This is tier 70 power armor. This is tier 70. And do I still have the tier 70 weapons? I don't know if I do. Do I not have the tier? Apologies. Death Guard. No, I've only got tier 80. Well, then we'll do it with tier 80 weapons. Doesn't really matter that much. Let me put on tier 70 with tier 80 weapons, but tier 70 armor, okay? Because we can compare still. So on here, my damage with power armor, maximum possible damage is 1,156. With tank armor, make sure everything's switched over. It's gone down by about 100. So it's not a massive amount of damage you lose, but it's like 10% damage I've lost. So it's pretty big. It's a pretty big power loss. The thing is, with tank armor, you get life bonus. And on some tiers, you get damage reduction and things like that. Tank armor traditionally was never very good in RS3. More recently, tank armors became quite relevant. We are actually going to discuss something with tank armor in a moment. Yeah, problem with tank armor is it lowers your possible damage. Yeah, more damage, boss dies quicker. Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head. Like, dealing more damage, technically, in most scenarios, is going to be your big strength. There are some bosses where that's not necessarily the case if they've got hit caps, like Nex has a hit cap. Tank armor can actually be really, really useful early on when you're learning Nex to get quicker kills because you're just not using as much food. But realistically, yeah, like the thing that you need to know is that tank armor is usually a little bit more obtainable for most styles, but is ultimately not that useful. Where it is useful is if there's like a set bonus behind it. Especially late game, a lot of gear becomes less about the stats and more about set bonuses. But yeah, I think it's a thing that you don't have to spend too much thinking about. Again, if you just think about it as a case of power armor usually is only available as boss drops. Tank armor is normally something that's a little bit more easily obtainable. That's a good way, because like for like melee armor, tank armor is what you smith. However, there is going to be a really interesting use of tank armor in leagues that I'm going to talk about in a little bit. Now here is the weird one that I think people see this and think this sounds really powerful, but your magical critical strike damage is increased by 50%. That is when you do a critical thing, it does 50% more damage. So if your crit was 10k, it's now doing 50% on top of that. It's doing 15k. And for the old school people who don't necessarily know, well, there is a cap. 30k is the cap. Your damage cap is 30k. Which is the equivalent of doing like 300 damage in old school. And that's, by the way, fairly easy to quite quickly do in RS3. The thing is, so why this sounds interesting if you know RS3 is that the late game build for mage is increasing your crit chance. So you have higher and higher crit chance. You do more crits. The theory of this is that this makes this first mixed magic much more useful. What the issue is, pretty sure it works like the FOCA modifier that adds a 50% the crit modifier. I don't know the mechanics on the back end. The problem with this specific thing is that while crit damage is useful and it will increase your DPS, the drawback to this skill is that realistically, because you're not having a increased crit chance as well, I think this would be way more powerful if it was 25% increased, like 25% base crit chance, 25% increased damage. You'd be doing a lot more damage that way. Because the thing is, right now, the maximum crit chance with like end game gear is like 20-30%, somewhere around that. Yeah, we do have a crit chance set, but I still think with the crit chance set with Grimoire, with weapons, it might be like low 40s, but even then, it's not particularly high. It's definitely like this is definitely not bad. It's just if you are, I don't think it's that high anymore. That seems really high. RS Guy was talking about it a little while ago, and it's not as high as to make this actually that powerful. It's good, but oh yeah, you'll be able to do probably most bosses if you sit down and learn the basics of archery combat. I don't think there's gonna be much chance that you can't do every boss in this game during leagues. You might have to go specific choices with relics to make that happen, but I don't see it not being. I don't see there being any boss that you can't do. Whereas I'd stay in old school. There is the floor ceiling. No, the floor, the skill floor rather, to a lot of bosses is a lot higher than it is in R3. The skill ceiling in R3 is a lot higher. So the floor is quite low in R3, but the ceiling's really high. In old school, I say the floor is quite high, and the ceiling is pretty high as well. Revolution on manual combat. You could probably do. There's like maybe 1 or 2 bosses that I think you might not be able to do with Revolution. If you completely ignore defensive abilities, like you don't ever manually cast anything. I think there's a couple of bosses that you might struggle with. I think of Revolution and these combat relics, and the tier 7 combat relics especially, there shouldn't be many bosses that you can't even revel with. But yeah, the thing is, for the last little percentage of bosses, you'll want to learn how defensives work. They're all very intuitive, by the way. Like, if you read what a defensive ability says, you're gonna understand what it does. Don't worry about it. Okay, so here's an example of a pretty okay relic. Would you like to look at the most broken relic in leagues? Would you like to look at the most broken relic in leagues? Nemo, you're about to shit yourself. You're about to go what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Hello, Zoflin. We're about to go look at the most broken relic in leagues. The relic that I'm going to say now, because of... Oh, it's going to be... We'll get a range, and why I might not recommend pick. Oh yeah, last thing to say about mage. Mage is, I'm gonna say, one of the more accessible combats that isn't necromancy. It's probably the second most accessible combat style to learn. It's not the most powerful by any means, but you get pretty powerful pretty early on. Like you start reaching the skills ceiling a lot earlier than you do with melee and with range. Okay, 39%. I knew it was high 30s, low 40s at the absolute highest. Thank you. Yeah, if you want a really accessible combat style that is not necromancy, this is probably the one for you. If you are just playing main game. But we're going to get on the relic that I'm going to tell you now. If you want to pick necromancy, pick necromancy. I'm not going to sit here and not make a defense for necromancy. You still need to go and get abilities. Yeah, you do. Yeah. So let's go look at melee. The barbarism relic. I'm going to give Nemo 2 seconds to read this. And I wonder if he understands the implication. So again, you've got the basic first 3 abilities that every single style will have. And then melee gets free. Incredibly. Obscenely broken. So yeah. Your attack range gets increased by 1. Which means if you've got a 1 attack range weapon, which is like every normal basic melee weapon in the game, you gotta stand next to the enemy. It becomes 2. Halberd is 2 tiles. Scythe is 3 tiles, yeah. So you just go up 1. It means you're now ranged meleeing. This is really, really good because one of the big criticisms of melee is that you've generally got to move a lot more when you're doing combat. This is beyond one of the final tier relics of leagues. This is like I genuinely, because there's gonna be a thing here that you, again, if you're not a numbers person sitting and crunching it, that we're not even talking about the most important thing here right now. Doesn't mean if you can use a Halley weapon, the boss isn't gonna melee you. Yes. If a boss only has 1 attack range to do a melee attack, yes. Unless the boss itself moves in a melee range, yeah, exactly. It will count you as being 2 squares away from it, yeah. That by itself, very, very good. And again, melee damage heals for 10% of your damage dealt. You remember when I said food's gonna become really, really irrelevant later on in the game? Melee gets free vampirism. And can also then have vampirism on top of that. You won't be using much food there, game. I hate to tell you, but you won't be using much food. But here, right, is the most insane power boost of all time. Because here's the thing, plus 500 damage. 500 damage is not a lot, right? When your maximum hits 30k, there's other sets like Guffins that most late game item sets have a special effect when you use it. Yeah. That do specifically what Guffins do? No. But there's other items in the game that give you life drain. Yeah, Vamp Scrim plus Vampire plus Melee Relic. We'll be doing like... Plus the fact that you've got like a prayer relic, a prayer that does healing based damage, which is Soul Split. Life gain is incredibly good. Nothing that, yeah, there's nothing that heals like Guffins. But Guffins... Okay. Chat. Do you know what the equivalent in tiers are for plus 500 damage? Nemo, do you know what the equivalent to plus 500 damage is in tiering? Because you're not going to believe this. It is 30, yeah. I see Ask has watched the... It's 500 base damage. This is not ability damage, this is base damage. This is before ability damage calculations. But I can see Ask is if you look at how the damage is calculated, by the way, hover over, it's literally yeah, it's insane. It is plus 30 toward the item. So that makes a tier 60 weapon the equivalent to a tier 90 weapon. That makes a tier 90 weapon the equivalent to a tier 120 weapon. Makes a tier 100 weapon a tier 130 weapon in terms of damage. It's broken as fuck. Too bad they didn't remove hit cap. Yeah, the thing is, I don't think you're gonna need to worry about that. We're gonna talk about hit cap soon. With the 100% accuracy, yeah, you should be getting towards hit cap very easily with melee. Yep. Alanakia Spear is like one of the most broken items in leagues, yeah. Every hit's gonna be hit cap, no, unless you pick one relic. There's a tier 7 relic that might make every hit that you do approach hit cap. It's already always hit cap. I don't think of a tier 130 weapon it would always be hit cap 130. I don't think you'll be quite there. I think you'll be close. I think most of your hits will be hitting like 20k, 20k, 20k. Chat, if you want to just actually break leagues, if you want to pick the meta combat style, it's a little bit hard to get off the ground. But once you pick this relic, basically any setup that you have is the equivalent to endgame gear. Tier 60 is like beyond accessible. You can go get tier, like, you can do, if you took excavator, you've done mining, you've done smithing, let's say you're level 90 smithing, make Elder Rune armor. It's what? Elder Rune is tier... What tier damage is Elder Rune? Tier 80 damage? It's already better than any gear that's in the game in terms of damage. The thing is, other combat styles won't be hitting a hit cap as nearly as much as this will be. Tier 85, so you'll be tier 115 with Elder Rune. Yeah, Guffins is tier 100. Yeah. So actually, Guffins is a viable bossing thing, especially if it's passive. More healing. Yeah. You can just go and do barrows, get Guffins if you want to spend your leagues doing barrows. That's slightly triggering for me. Yeah. That, like, there's... Getting Masterwork is still gonna be grind, but a lot better. Yep. It's just... Melee is just so insane. Like, compared to 50% strike... 50% critical strike damage... As a base, having 30 tier higher weapons... And healing... And increased range... It's insane. Yeah, not last leagues, but the leagues before, I played a melee, I played with, Guffins quite a lot. Also, I got through a lot of bosses that I didn't really know how to do. That and Banker's Note. That's how I did my first, my first Tomb of Blood. I did Tomb of Blood solo with, Guffin's gear. Yeah. But also, you'll be killing the bosses in literally seconds, so... Dory, there's the tier 7 relic choices will explain why you'll be killing bosses in seconds. We're almost there. So, we're going to go with the other two combat relics. This one I'm not going to talk about very long, because this one's boring. Because range is already the best combat style in the game, okay? Range at its end game is insane. Range's problem is that it has the longest progression path of any combat style. And until you're like 90% done with Range's combat progression, you're worse than Necromancy. That's the big problem with Range. Melee would be a pretty good choice, I think, for a new player. Because it's just that broken. It's definitely not the most accessible, but I feel like it doesn't really matter. Yeah, bro, look at the bottom one. You have permanent Chin Chomper effects on all of your attacks. Now, there is a funny thing with this. Does this save Elder God arrows? Yeah, you got a 95% chance to save ammunition. It was originally 50%, people complained. The issue with this one is exactly what Connor just said. It's not really going to help you a lot of bossing. There is one boss where this is useful for, and one boss only. Yeah, it still has a 95% chance to save Elder God arrows. Now the issue with this is that this is really, really good for doing Slayer, and the one boss that it does is this makes doing solo AOD really easy. That's about it. AOD is a boss, like a boss. It's got minions in it. It's one of the only... How does this interact with Gricko? Well, this is something that we don't know. Theoretically, Nemo, there is the option of putting down 9 dummies around a boss that doesn't move and firing with Gricko, and that might work. What is Gricko? It's a ability called Greater Ricochet. It is the... You know I said range has, like, the ridiculously long skill tree of things that you need to, like, upgrades to get before it becomes a useful skill. Gricko is, like, basically one of the high-end steps before it becomes good. It is an upgraded ability that you get a book from a boss that lets you learn how to use it. Yeah, the problem with range, and this is why I'm saying range, this does very little for range. Range is still probably going to be the most powerful skill in the game, guys. I hate to say that. It's still going to probably be the most powerful skill in the game. However, if you're a new person coming to RS3, is it AoE? Yeah, it's an AoE ability. It ricochets from one enemy to another. Does a whole lot of stuff. It's incredible. It's like a really good ability. Yeah, it does a whole lot of little things. The problem is that this seemed like they just wanted to do something fun with range that wouldn't make range automatically the best in the game. Yeah. This is essentially the worst of the 4 combat relics. And that's how good range is, that it'll still be the most powerful one. They just want to do something fun with range by this look of things, without making it just even more broken. So it's fun. Numerically, it's pretty interesting. Gameplay-wise, it's just going to make range play like range already does. But you do AoE now with every hit. Same as like mage, you're just playing mage how you'd normally play. Melee's gonna play very, very different. Necromancy's gonna play the same but better. Range and magic both play the same. Range has a really long upgrade path. I feel like any new player to the game is just not gonna want to do that upgrade path to be on the same level as everyone else. So, range, not great. I wouldn't pick it unless you already like range. And then pick something else and have a experience with a different skill for a while. Jesus Christ. Chin, but within 5 tiles. Yeah. So now we got our last ability, which is Soulborn. Again, got the same 3 basic things that everyone else does. What I should also notice, though, is that generating 2 times adrenaline with Necromancy is incredibly good, because Necromancy is, like, weirdly, incredibly, adrenaline hungry as a skill. It's very, very adrenaline hungry, but it's also able to put out it's also the skill that's able to utilize adrenaline the most, because a lot of the abilities that use adrenaline, which is... No, Nemo. 2 seconds. It is able to put out... You're basically never going to be missing a finger. You're never going to be missing a bloat. You're always going to have adrenaline to use with this. It's one of the most adrenaline-hungry skills, but it's got one of the best ways of... You can avoid doing that. But having twice as much adrenaline just means you can do everything way more. 3 skulls off in a living death. No, it isn't. But now you can get like 6 skulls off in a living death. And living death's gonna be back up almost by the time that living death is done. I think this means that you spend what, 40 seconds a minute in living death? I do have living death on my bar right now because cooldowns, but the cooldowns are reduced by 20% now. You'll have the adrenaline to immediately put it out immediately when you need to. But you can also have the adrenaline to be doing your bloat during that rotation, to be putting out fingers during that rotation. You already do that. But now you can do that without even thinking. You've seen your stream, you don't have it in your bar? I have started using it. Is it on my bar right now? Okay, it's not on my... Oh, it is on my bar right now, actually. Sorry. I'm not going to take the slander. I know that this is rotation bar right now, but it is on my bar. I have started using it. I just needed to point out that this is actually on my bar right now. Do you have a cape? And yeah, I do. Yeah. Do you want to do boat in living death? But Nemo, you're not understanding. Nemo. My God, you are not understanding, my boy. 2 seconds. Because you are going to be generating 2 times adrenaline. You can now have more adrenaline than you'll ever need. You can be using bloat during your skulls rotations now. You can maybe even be using scythe, you're right, during your skulls rotation now. This just makes necromancy even better. The other abilities get better in living death. Yeah. No, I know. There's no way you're only at tier 5. Because Nemo sits here and argues a pointless fact that I've already explained. There, I am only at tier 5. No, you don't use scythe here, but you just finger at lower stacks. You can finger at lower stacks, but this means you can throw in your bloat during your skulls rotation. This means that you spend most of a minute in a skulls rotation rather than like 20 seconds in a skulls rotation. With this relic, yes you do. Nemo, Elroy says it is, so fuck you. I win. Suck my dick. With this relic, even a normal game, if you've got the adrenaline in normal game, yeah. But this means you 100% have that in this normal game now. And this is, by the way, sorry, we just had a really basic argument about stuff that we haven't even got to the fun part of this skill yet. Hey, Elroy, do you remember when everyone told me that I was a psychopath for saying that bloat was the best ability in the game, and bloat is actually just the best ability in the game? Like early in Necromancy, where like PvMe were like, bloat's useless, never use bloat. Oh, okay, yeah, okay, no, Hydrix Greco, you're right, yeah, never mind. Okay, you know, that's true. It's true. You're not wrong. SGB spec. Can't revel with bloat. You can't revel with bloat. That is true. Well, yeah, that's true. You kind of can with this, but you wouldn't be doing a living. You're not doing a living ref rotation in bloat either. In Revo, so like, don't worry about it. The other cool things about taking the Necromancy relic, and this is why, by the way, for the people who are coming to OSRS for the first time, I'm gonna say that this is the acceptable choice. 95% chance to save ectoplasm and runes when casting your abilities and incantations. The necroplasm upkeep, ectoplasm upkeep and runes is kind of really irritating in RS3. Those are resources that do take a while to stock back up. Like you can only get like 5 hours in a single hour of doing max level rituals. It's just kind of annoying to upkeep as a person playing the game. 95% chance of saving that. It's very, very good. Necromancy spirits are 25% larger. Doesn't actually mean anything. They're just bigger because it's funny. But they deal 25% more damage. Is incredible for a new person. Your conjures that you summon, you know, your ghost and your skeleton and your zombie and this like night dude that you summon. As a new player, they're a large part of your damage. As an experienced player, they're a little bit less a part of your damage, but that's also free damage. 25% increase to that is very, very nice. And the most important one is you unlock all abilities for Necromancy for free. It's not funny, it's because Jagex probably can make them 25. They can make them 25% stronger without increasing the size. The reason there's the size increase is because it makes the zombie technically better. The zombie does actually benefit from being bigger because it gets a bigger AoE. If it does its blow up ability. So yeah, if you do Necromancy, you get to skip basically like a 10-hour grind. Got the easiest abilities to unlock is free. Yeah. Yep. You save yourself a 10-hour grind on Necromancy. It's like one of your core upgrades is doing the Well of Souls, and you just get it for free. This is why it's really, really good as a new player if you're rushing to do later game content. Like, Necromancy is unironically what some people who are going to be rushing high scores are going to be doing. And yeah, you get 4 times souls in leagues, so it's not terrible if you don't pick it. Oh, I guess it saves you a 2.5 hour grind then. But yeah, this is a very good relic. If you have not played RS3 before and you want an easy combat style to learn that has very good clear guides within the game of what things do, it doesn't have a decade's worth of bloat, it's got a very simple gear progression. There's not much that you can progress at the later game, but if you just want to do bosses, you don't care about actually getting useful gear, it's a good skill for you. Oh boy, 2.5 hours. Look, for some people that might be a lot. For some people that might be a lot. That might be awesome. That might be all someone can play a day. That might be one day as someone's gameplay. You said you're gonna play like 4 hours a day. Can't wait to grind Raziel again, but Raziel's gonna be really easy with this. Oh, also, Nemo, Raziel deals 0 damage to you if you pick a relic in tier 7. You can make Raziel 100% AFK as a boss. Kinda. And boosted drop rates? Yeah, exactly. So, like, don't worry about it. So, anyway, for me, it's already AFKable. It's AFKable for everyone. So, for me, 2 combat styles that you can pick. You're a person who is good at combat and old school and wants to probably pick the most accessible broken combat ability. Pick melee. If you're someone who's new, who's really, really not confident, I might still say pick melee, but I'd say Necromancy is a perfectly acceptable choice. Necromancy, there's a couple of content creators who are picking Necromancy as a little bit of a troll because actually they believe Necromancy is going to be incredibly powerful. In fact, I don't know if he's backpedaled this yet, but Wazzy, oh no, it wasn't Wazzy, it was Pup. Pup said he was going to take Necromancy. And I think you know what Pup's stance on Necromancy is. So unless he's decided in the last like 6 hours since I saw his the message from him that it was in fact just trolling. What about an RSP player who sucks general 6 at combat? You've probably got enough understanding to get something out of melee. How's it going for RS3? Okay. Actually, really good question. Magic has a lot of really cool utilities. It's going to make melee broken. So, chap, you know how I mentioned earlier tank armor? Well, there is a spell. I mean, in fact, let us skip across back to. Am I on the right spell book to show this off? Oops, I just teleported. No. You reminded me to come ask this, to come show you this. So, 2 seconds. Swap my spell book to. Wait, I am on Ancients. Okay, can you read that, or is that too small? If it's too small, I will get it up as a bigger image if you give me 2 seconds. It might have been too small. Looking at it when I was looking at it on the screen, it was quite small. Allow me to just to pull this up as a... 2 seconds. Image, source. Sorry, I'm gonna pull it up now. Annie dead. Animate dead. It's way too small, yeah. So for each piece of magic tank armor worn, you gain 10% of its armor value as flat damage reduction. And you gain 25% of its defense level as flat damage reduction. Lasts for 12 minutes. Yeah. So this spell fundamentally for like several years changed combat. This made magic. Isn't Necrododge better? No. Well, yes, but no. And in the context that we're going to be using it for, no. See, here's the thing. Normally in game, wearing magic armor while doing melee damage, very bad. Very bad, lowers your maximum damage, lowers your accuracy, so you're not doing maximum damage, yeah? But you automatically have 100% hit rate. So you can do funny things like this while meleeing, while constantly healing yourself and taking heavily reduced damage. So the very smart thing to do, because there is a tier 100 set of magic armor available through very easily just through having 100 crafting, Starbloom, or tier 90 rather, very readily available. This you can get day one. This spell unlocks with one of the passives. It's not augmentable. Doesn't need to be augmentable. Doesn't need to be augmentable. Darkness is better when zerked, yes, if it wasn't for the fact that you've got the free vampirism. And 100 farming, that's true, but you'll have to go farming relic, you have 100 farming. No, yeah, augmentable is important. But if you just want to, like, AFK, this is what, by the way, makes almost every... I know we've already spoken about perks, it's like 20% of your maximum damage, I know. But this will make basically every boss near enough AFKable. This is one of the things that makes most bosses AFKable with melee. Just doing this, big bong stick, AFK. Only got one shot because you were in Zerk though. You shouldn't get one shot. You shouldn't get one shot. There shouldn't be many things that one shot you through Annie dead. Plus Zerk. Because I don't even know with Starbloom what the flat damage reduction is, but it's pretty good. It's almost as good as Crypt Bloom. It's budget Crypt Bloom. So there is a lot of actually. I can show some more magic utility spells. There's obviously a bunch of skilling spells. Like this just makes you can't read this, but it says create a mask that boasts the ability to avoid being detected on pickpocketing. This just like gives you chance of not getting caught when you pickpocket. There's a bunch of other things that affect skills. There's all of your lunar spells and more lunar spells. Lunar spells are actually incredible. I think pretty much every lunar spell and more is there. Magic are trying to get tripped on leagues. I've got a feeling that Publics will actually be the main meta for you're in the Hexagon thieving. Soflin, I'm gonna ban you from my chat if you even. Well, it's not okay. Actually, no, I'm not gonna ban you. If you said you are going to go agility, but then Luminous Humor is the same. I think there's a few extra spells that aren't in Old School. Oh, and then there is the new Time Rune spells. Look up Time Runes. I could sit here and talk about Time Runes. There's a little bit that we'll talk about a little bit later on. There is one spell that is pretty heavily going to be used in leagues as part of like a late game meta, but let's not worry about that. There's a time skip spell. Okay, chatson. Tier 6. This is going to be the quickest one to talk about. Banker's Note's bad. Banker's Note, very bad. Hands up if you picked Banker's Note during Old School Relics. This gives you note paper and unknowing paper, basically. It lets you access a bank whenever you want. Very, very cool in Old School. You know, where, like... Yeah, 93% people pick this still. This is the noob trap. This is a noob trap. I need to say this to every single Old School player out there. Do not pick Banker's Note, because it's good in Old School. In fact, I'm going to do a very quick demonstration of why. Big thing about Banker's Note was like, oh, you go kill a boss. I've used all my supplies. I need to get back to the boss. Right? War's Retreat. Let's just say we are fighting, I don't know, who have I got here? I've got to teleport to Araxor. Let me say I'm going to go to, I need to go to Araxor. Right, okay, so I'm going to go to Araxor. And, you know, private encounter. There you go. I'm into the boss. Let's pretend I've just killed the boss. Yay! I've killed the boss. Right, I could sit here and I could do all my unloading. Blah, 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 blah. Or... bank preset. I've got all my items back. Right, I'm back at the boss again. Do you see why Banker's Note is completely fucking useless? Okay, you may say, I need to bank my materials while, I didn't take the archaeology relic and I want to go... I didn't take the archaeology relic and I want to go bank materials while I'm doing archaeology. But for killing? No, for killing it's useless. Wait, porters. For skilling? Yeah, porters. So, there are things called porters. This is the Grace of the Elves. It stores porters. Being ways you dump an RS3, yeah. This necklace right here just banks everything for me, no matter what I do. So, tell me again why I'd take Banker's Note. Anyway, that is literally all you need to know about Banker's Note. Banker's Note, dog shit. Dog shit, terrible, bad. Right? Any relic offered up against Banker's Note would be better than Banker's Note. The thing is, RuneScape, not RuneScape, Jagex decided to put one of the best relics. I'd say this is the final of the top 5 relics. Kind of, maybe. Against this. I'm still a little bit torn on some of the tier 7 ones, how powerful they're going to be, because you need to see them in practice. Say hello to Perfection. Old school players, have you heard of Invention and how confusing Invention is? How really, really complicated Invention is. As Nemo, my very good friend, gets very upset about, Invention can be 20% of your maximum damage. This gives you infinite invention materials, meaning that you can get best in slot invention perks for free. You just grind it out until you get the best one. You don't know what invention is? You won't be like, you will know it by the interleagues. It's one of the most complicated skills. One of the most complicated parts of invention is getting the right invention materials to turn into invention gear. This just removes any of the need for you to think about any of those items. Yeah, you need 80 smithing, crafting, and divination to unlock invention. But you're talking about how understand this goddamn skill. Dory! I don't. Here is the thing. You don't. I can probably find you one to direct you towards that'll probably explain the basics. This is going to remove all of the complicatedness of it out. Honestly, this plus a wiki guide is all you need. But yeah, you remember earlier I said, wouldn't it be really unfortunate for divination if they removed the need for charges that divination gives? The main reason that you level up divination. This just gives you infinite charges in your charge pack, which means divination's a useless skill. This means anything that's beneficial from invention perks, 10% more likely to proc. Your invention machines, which do things like alching money, alching gold for you, disassembling things, turning vials and herbs into unfinished potions. You upgrade your weapons. That's invention. Not really. Not really. I kind of see what you're trying to say, but not really. Dory, invention is a very, very complicated skill. This removes all of the complicatedness out of invention. Well, okay, so I did mention there was a summoning relic. The single defensive banker's note, are you ready for this? Is rune crafting, like it was in Old School, and summoning. That's the two uses of this. You can bank summoning materials and you get the point. So it's the same as how rune crafting was in leagues. The thing is, okay, you're gonna fuck. The thing is, boosted experience summoning is pretty quick. The hardest part is getting the charms. You're gonna need a lot less charms because experience boosts. Don't worry about it. And you'll be killing things quicker and blah 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 blah. Don't worry about it. It's something you like. Summoning is gonna be so minorly beneficial. Anyway, do it later. It's like how I said about like people who say, I don't like agility. Just leave it till later. Just leave it till later. Wait till your experience boost is high enough and you can blast through the skill 1 to 99 with no problem. And yeah, here's the thing. This also is infinite GP. So there are a couple of invention things that you can make that can be alked. When you disassemble an invention thing, it high alks it for free. Meaning that you get the high alk value out of it. It's also an automatic queued up to 60 items high alk. Meaning that you can infinitely make an infinite number of things to get an infinite number of high gold. So this is literally Golden God. This perk just will mean that you have infinite money. With a 60% chance that it actually doesn't get alked away. This is actually secretly Golden God. Yeah. You see it now? This is a stupid relic. You can't use gold. Hey, Soflin? Hey, Soflin. Yes, you can. Guys, yes, you can. Soflin. You go to Prifdinus. You go to Prifdinus. Everyone who plays RS3 already knows what the answer to this is. Chat. Go to Prifdinus. Go to the north of Prifdinus. Now, to be fair, you do need 75 prayer to do this. I will be doing a little bit of advice for some early game stuff. Oh, who is going to be watching me Monday morning? Who wants to get, like, level 50 prayer the first hour of leagues? Don't know, Prif isn't on there. Well, good news is, it will be unlocked from you day one. You want to get 50 prayer? Well, don't worry, I'm gonna be taking people, I'm gonna be showing people on stream. We're gonna get 50 prayer together as a group. It's gonna be very, very, very funny and very, very quick. But this guy sells cleansing crystals. They're 110k each, so that's like 3 million gold right there for 30 of them. What you're supposed to do is use them on this rock. Just sit here and wait. You need 70 prayer for the Heffen prayer shop. Yep. I didn't know that until recently. Thought it was free. No, it's on the skill guide. Cleansing crystals are 75. I thought it was free as well. The reason why MZ that I was really, really good that it wasn't level 1 is because for a while I thought they were going to do a Golden God. Not Golden God. What was the thing where everything from shops was free? Was that Golden God? Where everything from shops was free? You can get there. We're at 75 prayer. The quest automatically completed. This is one of the automatically completed quests. Fire sale. That was the one. I thought they were going to do fire sale, and that this might be the way of getting 200 mil prayer first. Yeah, the Prifdinus quests are automatically completed. There's different one, fire sale. Yeah. Thank you. So this is how you're supposed to do it. But see, if you have infinite money, you can just click. You get a big dump of experience, like 2k experience, every time that you click this. And if you can just buy infinite of these with boosted experience, this becomes rather quick. Like, this is already 600k with base experience. You can see the little number here. 700k with just base experience. This is, now a mil experience and now an LE. You have just base experience. If you had infinite money, this was my strategy for getting 99 prayer, 200 mil prayer day one if they had fire sale, but they didn't do fire sale. But later on, this is how you get 200 mil prayer later on. So it's gonna be really, really silly. It won't even cost that much gold. You can 45 minutes, no. 99 construction is free though, so there's that. I'll go over some skilling tips because I was gonna do a skilling video. Yeah, 200 mil construction won't be hard. Fort for and free is silly experience. But so I'm on like 1.3 mil experience per hour, 1.4. It's gonna go up to 1.5 probably. And this is just base game experience. And I'm not even wearing prayer outfits, which would boost that even further. Is this you're getting magic for alking things? No, you use them on this rock. what is supposed to happen is you're supposed to click it, it does a slow amount of experience, and then one big drop of experience at the end when the rock dissolves. But because you repeatedly click it, it just repeatedly dissolves the rock. It uses it immediately, and you get that 2k experience that you get at the end just for free. But obviously, you don't get the maximum amount of experience out of the rock that you could get. But if you've got infinite gold, that doesn't matter. Construction shop and do POH still. Don't do POH. So in base game, just doing the first quest of 44 and 3 gives you 40 on the dot, I think. 40, just slightly over 40 construction. So that's going to be 47 construction. Building all the buildings once gets you level 70 something construction, which is like 80 something construction. And then upgrading everything will get you 99. Upgrade every building to its base level and 44 and 3 and you're over level 99. One of the most expensive leaves and do them and get infinite money. Well, yeah, that was like, that's what Fire Sale was good for. But there isn't Fire Sale. But you could get them to DA them and then get infinite money. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there is ways of getting fast money. But Perfection is tier 6, so it's very, very late. So it's not going to be useful for doing broken money-based training methods. I was really, really upset. To be honest, that was one of the reasons why I didn't end up doing a skilling video. Because I had some really, really fun GP-based skilling methods. But obviously it just doesn't work with this. So anyway, I think this is a pretty easy decision. You're picking perfection. If you pick Banker's Note, I'm going to tell you now. If I see Banker's Note in your inventory and you send me a screenshot with your RSN, I will find you. I will track you down. I will aggressively give you cuddles and kisses. But not ones that you want. Like, gross, sloppy, slightly too wet kisses. Like your grandma gives you. But, like, the grandma that, like, you don't like that much. You know, you've got your favorite grandma, your nana, the one that you love. And then you've got the other one who, like, you know, smells like cigarettes and cough medicine. That'll be me. So don't pick Banker's Note. You get cuddles for taking the back of the leg. Soflin, don't do it yourself, just for the meme, please. It's cuddles from me as well. It's cuddles from me. You know, guys, you're not meant to think of me giving you cuddles as a benefit. But I guess I am showing my handsome face today, so. And I think another YouTuber had the audacity to call me, what was it? A fat something who couldn't tackle lettuce or stairs. I don't remember. Very funny day today. We'll talk about that a little bit later, I think. But oh, if you've seen the video, if you know of the existence of the video, it's very funny, and it did require me to put out one of my favorite skeets of all time. Which, so Flynn, I'm imagining you've seen my Zanuck post. Anyone in my Discord has probably seen my Zanuck post that I had to post on Blue Sky. It was. We're not going to get into that right now because, you know, we're in mixed company. But yeah, it was the one that I was winding up. He's literally made a YouTube video and just went in on me. And that's really funny because everything that I'm saying in there is really funny. Honestly, most people rock your luck. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, oh no, I'm slightly fat, or they don't care. Chat, shall we go to the relic that literally I still haven't decided which relic I'm picking from this. Hopefully a beast Sonic fucking yeah, plushy fuck. yeah, that's the one. Yeah. I did not come on my Sonic plushie. I did not put my dick near my Sonic plushie. I can't remember the full fucking copy pasta. Reach the warning, victory. What's the fucking meme? Yeah, I didn't fuck my Sonic plushie. I didn't come on my Sonic plushie. I didn't put my dick anywhere near my Sonic plushie. I've never done anything weird with my Sonic plushie. I promised myself I wasn't going to make apology videos after last year's thing. Oh, it's so good. Passives. Yeah, we're going to touch passives as well. We'll go to passives. I hadn't actually planned for passives, but we'll do passives. Back on stream the video so that gets less views, just saying, nah, I don't want he's boring. It's like a 20-minute video that's boring. Passive each day before the tier 7s. We'll do the passives at the end because the passives make sense and big picture stuff. And also they're not... There's only 2 of them that are that interesting. So, first of the tier 7 relics. And boy, this is the exciting option. Is something called Ascension. Now, the first part of this is attacks have a 5% chance to empower you with the Stone of Jas, increasing your combat stats to 255 for 6 seconds. This is okay. It occasionally will make you do funny numbers, okay? However, where this gets silly is that it grants you the Elder God book, containing the effect of every combat god book, including the Grimoire. The reason why it says including the Grimoire is because the Grimoire isn't an activated book. It doesn't have a activation chance. It is a flat 12% critical chance increase. And that 12% critical chance increase is permanent. Nemo, you haven't even seen the second one yet. Nemo, you haven't even seen the second one yet. This is actually technically the second weakest of these. But it's also the fun one. So what this actually does is there is a bunch of books in RS3 that are pocket items that proc off special effects. And every 4.8 seconds there is a chance that one of those book effects procs. How is this the weakest? You'll see. You'll see the next one. This relic, in long and short, because it's gonna do big numbers of damage randomly every 4.8 seconds. You're gonna have a chance of it doing some insane damage to a boss. Its RNG is its downside. Its plus side is it's just really funny. Like, this is just really funny. And if you want the really easy, funny relic, this is the really easy, funny relic. That like, oh, it's too funny. In fact, is the really big kicker. I can't even like understand just how. If you want a funny time, this is the funny time. So we're gonna go on to the next one now, and Nemo's gonna suddenly understand soon why melee in specific is the most broken combat style. Stephanie, we'll talk about Fire Emblem later, I'm afraid. I can't get into it right now. So now we get Specialist. It's a free UF that allows you to pick any weapon spec to switch between. Now that by itself is pretty good. He did call me daddy. Yeah. Nemo, I think, is catching on or how this works right now. So you can change weapon for free at any time by going to a bank. Every 15 seconds, the next special attack you cast costs no adrenaline. Which there are special weapons that cost 60% adrenaline. There are weapons that cost like 20 something. What do Dragon Claws cost? Is Dragon Claws like 25% melee? 25% adrenaline? Meaning you get 1 free and then 4 hits are from 100% adrenaline. This isn't good for necromancy. This is terrible for necromancy and it's terrible for mage. It's good for range. It's good for melee. Now, for the people out there who go, well, I don't quite get why this is important. So, Dragon Claws is one of the best. Dragon Claws is going to be... from the EOF, Dragon Claws is the best. The best special to use the free special on is if you've got the EZK, the Zook Sword. Use your 15-second free special use with the Zook Sword. D-Claws with every hit being cap. When you're getting twice the adrenaline, meaning that you can basically put a spec out almost continuously. Like, essentially, the melee rotation is basics to gain adrenaline, and you then manually casting the D-Claw special. That, I think, is actually the optimum melee build. Like, you build up to 100% adrenaline, you do Zerk, you do build up adrenaline and just cast specials. No, because the thing is, yes, there is better use for the high adrenaline cost. The free one, technically, if you've got EZK, you can't use the EZK EOF if you don't have the EZK in your hand. Because the Zook's weapon is the EZK. It's the best melee weapon. Well, it's kind of the best melee weapon in the game. That special attack only works if you've got the weapon itself. It doesn't work in an EOF. So D-Claws, because theoretically, if you're hitting hit cap every single hit with 50% increased special damage, meaning you only have to be doing 15k as your normal hit, it means that you'll be doing 120k damage like 5 times in a row on 100% adrenaline. You're like 480k for free for a minute. 480k free DPM a minute from 4 free specials. It's and you're healing 10% of the damage dealt from every one of those 4 hits. Bruv. Specialist is like the sweaty answer to melee. The book is still insane, by the way. This is why this is really confusing. Because I think the book maybe makes everything AFK and does similar damage. This is high input, silly damage. If you pick Necromancy, if you pick... I don't know. Depends if you're logged in on both. I think it's only one at that point. I don't care about views. I care about the interaction. About the community. I don't know what that accent was. That one guy from... I can't think of the name of the TV shows off the top of my head. Please. I love you, Stephanie. Mwah. Yeah, so basically, if you pick Mage, if you pick Necromancy, this is a 100% pick. And then it's down to personal preference. If you pick Mage, if you pick Range, if you pick Melee, Specialist might be the best. Ascension is pretty good still. Now, here is the third choice. Now, the thing is, this is going to have a really high pick rate for new players. This is the relic that people are recommending to old school players, and I don't quite get why. But feast your eyes on this one. Everlasting Faith. Just move myself out of the way of it a little bit. You get infinite prayer points. Protection prayers and deflect curses. Deal reduce damage by an additional 50%, which means, because they already deal 50% reduction, means if you pray the right prayer type, you don't take any damage. So if an enemy can only do melee damage to you, and you do melee prayer, you cannot take any damage. Also, protection prayers count as having soul split being active, so you don't need a prayer flick, which is switching between in RS3, it's switching between a protection prayer and a soul split. Always soul split with 100% damage reduction potentially. And if you die, you revive with 100% of your hit points on a 5-minute cooldown. Like, this is the noob relic, and I can't hate on picking it. If you're confident in your abilities in the game, you shouldn't pick this. Unless you want to make lots of really, really annoying bosses AFK. The problem is... So yeah, Soul Split 37 prayer, but you're gonna be more than 37 prayer by the time you get to tier 7 anyway. I'd hope. Because day 1 you're getting tier 50 prayer instantly. Yeah. Oh, here's the thing, you can get tier 50 prayer for free within an hour. Again, come to my stream on Twitch on Monday, okay, and you will have 50 prayer before the first hour is done. I'm going to take you all to something called the Nexus. It's an event where if you've got more people there, it's quicker to do. And as a default in main game, it gives you 43 prayer off the bat. It is also being removed from the game after leagues, so it's the last time it's ever going to see use. And I'd like to try and drag people there as a fun way to have like 50-something prayer by the time that you leave your first hour of leagues. It's also kind of really confusing and silly. It's some like dumb, outdated content, but it's free level 50 prayer. Which means you have your protection prayers like straight away. For old school players, and it's level 50 like within an hour. For a skill that's not easy to get level 50 within an hour. It'd be a lot quicker. It should literally be like 10-15 minutes of people actually. If we have 3-4 people, it's like 15 minutes. They're removing Nexus, yeah, they're doing a Lumbridge rework. Well, a Lumbridge revamp where they're moving a lot of dead content out of Lumbridge and putting it other places in the game, but Nexus is just going. Like, Shattered Worlds is moving. The God statue is potentially moving. And there's some other things that they might be completely removing. It's just to declutter Lumbridge, because Lumbridge is a little bit cluttered at the moment. But Nexus is a bit of content that no one really engages with. Outside of literally going there once for an achievement. So yeah, if you're a new player and if you're not confident in your combat abilities, this is a relic that's useful for you. Yeah, it happens every now and then. They've got better at it recently, realizing how that is. There's a lot of stuff right now that's in the pipework to be removed from the game, or just moved elsewhere if it's relevant at all. Funnily enough, an area that I spend a lot of time in, that south of Falador, that's getting cleaned up. There's some really interesting stuff they're doing there. They just removed Tusker, which was like a big dead god, the corpse of a big dead pig god that crashed into the planet near Al-Kharid and the desert. They're kind of going through a bit of a clean-up process now. It's interesting because that kind of suggests that they're planning future content there, where they want space to put stuff in the future. But yeah, I will say now, if you're a really new player, don't pick Everlasting Faith just because it seems like it'll be really powerful. Ascension will probably do more damage and kill bosses quicker for you. This is actually, I would say right now, the noob-friendliest of the 3 options. This is super, super good. Because the thing is, this will carry you through a lot of like early game bosses that only deal one combat type. But there's a lot of bosses that do instant kills. There's a lot of bosses where they switch their attack type. There's a lot of bosses that disable prayers. This will be pretty good if you're a Necromancy player. So you know about Tusker. No, it's cool. I like how you've maybe don't play RS3, but you like the lore. I'm a big lore head, so if you are ever in chat with me and you've ever got takes on lore or questions about lore, I'm usually pretty good for that stuff. But yeah, so for me, these 2 relics are instant picks depending on the combat style you're going and your level of confidence in the game. I genuinely haven't decided between these 2. Take this if you're not confident. and want a bit of a security blanket, there's no shame in having a security blanket at the end of the day. Like, the old school leagues had a similar situation where what was the tier 7 relics in the last leagues? My brain is just completely forgot the last tier of relics in... What was the last leagues? Raging Echoes, right? The tier 8 was Specialist, which was kind of similar to our Specialist, but worse. Guardian, which was good, and Last Stand. Last Stand, this is kind of the last stand of... This is kind of Last Stand without the additional damage. This is the additional damage of Last Stand, but also RNG. This is Specialist, but Specialist on crack. This is also your Guardian, but better than the Guardian. Because this is just free passive RNG damage. This is manual input, special damage. This is damage reduction, which you shouldn't need because, you know, if you're dealing more damage, again, deal more damage, take less damage, boss die quicker. This is if you're not that confident. I would really warn against taking Everlasting Faith. Unless, the one situation I'm going to say is, don't plan to take it. That's true. It's also pretty good for survivability, yeah. Assuming level 2, I mean, the level 255 only lasts for 6 seconds. It's not really going to do a whole lot for you. The reason why this is good for survivability is because the book procs mean more damage. More damage means boss die quicker. That means that you'll have higher survivability. Do you get what I mean? Like, in RS3, survivability is less about eating eating food. It's a lot more about killing a boss quicker. The quicker you kill a boss, the less damage it can do to you. 255 is just there for the memes. Yeah, it's occasionally going to proc off and do something funny. But because there's a 30k hit cap, it's not... It's going to occasionally make you more likely to hit a hit cap. Will melee relic heal damage that the books do? No. Because it is melee base damage. Is that what heals you? It's only your melee base damage. They don't heal you, no. There's none of the things that heal you on it. This will, if you're doing melee, if you're going melee build, this will heal you. And because you're doing the claw specs, it'll be healing you so much. Okay, the effects of these books are... Okay, so the original normal god books are just like damage and a couple damage over times. There is Big Beam, percentage damage dealt over a period of time, direct damage, pool damage, and whatever the full book does, and then up to 12% crit chance. This isn't going to give you like direct healing, but this is going to give you just fun free damage that you don't have to do any actual interaction to get. That's the important thing, is that this is damage you get without you having to do anything. This is damage you have to work for. So if you're wanting to just try and like, because again, the thing is, it should be so easy for someone who is very competent in this game to borderline AFK pretty much any boss in this game with maybe a couple ones for defensives. What slot does the book take? Really good question. Nemo. We literally have an entire slot for books. That in a combat context, there's only books and something called scrimshaws that can go in there. So, for example, you'll see that my book is in my book slot. This little pocket slot right here. More stuff you need to check on? Don't worry. Because if you're planning on taking Ascension, it's got all of them in. Don't worry about it. There's not much stuff that goes in the pocket slot. It's books, scrimshaws, something called Brooch of the Gods, and something else. There's something else that I'm not thinking about that goes in the pocket slot. Wrench? Shut up about... Shut your mouth. In fact, spit at you. There is something else that goes in the pocket slot. Shard of Zaros, that's it, like your... yeah. So like your God Wars shard that stops you taking... getting aggression. Sorry, you got things like the Shard of Zaros that stops you taking aggression from monsters in Elder God Wars, or the Heart of Gilnorch God Wars 2, or the original God Wars. Stuff like that, yeah. Why are you spitting at Connor? Because Connor said a Holy Wrench, which is a meme. Oh, Goblino, don't worry about that. Bone Crusher, because, I guess we've talked about this. This is what I would say of these, right? Give me 2 seconds, because we did. Someone asked about passives, and I didn't plan on covering them. Also, hello, Goblino. Nice to see you here. Welcome, 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 welcome. I'm just getting the passive in it. I am passive. Let's get this loaded up. No. I said okay. I had assumed people had probably read this on the page, so yeah, let me get this up. So tier 1. Yeah, advanced time is worth covering. It's exactly why we're getting there to passives, Goblino. So in tier 1, you get a 4-time experience multiplier. All crops grow 5 times quicker. Oh, Nemo's about to lose it. Nemo's about to lose it. Road energy never drains. No, let's just hold on for a second, Nemo. Your hit chance is increased by 20%. This again, just for free and level. You get the full archaeology store, and souls earned from rituals are increased by 400%. So you get 4 times the amount of souls. All very, very, very good. Tier 2. When you unlock the Tier 2 relic. Well, Tier 1 is Tier 0. Because you get Tier 1 from finishing the tutorial. Tier 2. You get a 6 times multiplier. Why is Valor a thing? Because there's a couple of Valor rewards you will want to get. What is Valor? I knew someone was going to ask what Valor is. Valor is minigame currency. That is, you get X amount of currency per minute you're in a minigame. There's a minigame shop that you can sell it, you can buy stuff for. Honestly, don't worry about Valor as in 4 times as quick. There's no reason you're ever going to want it, but there's some weird niche stuff that you can. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, okay? Because the thing is, the main thing you don't want to use Valor for is covered in Tier 2 as well. Anyway, rare items are twice as common, so that's boss drops and monster drops as well as being confirmed. There was a weird bit of misinformation that went around on the stream. So every currency rolled into one. Well, yes and no. It's an additional currency to the regular minigame currencies that does a different shop. You know, I said RS3 has a lot of weird bloat shit. Valor is one of those things, okay? It's there is a couple of things that might be useful for it, but ultimately don't worry about it. If you're new to the game, you're not going to know to take advantage of those things. The shop has a lot of the things. Yeah, so what why did us also in Toto? Yeah, I know. There's reasons. Nemo, hold back. We're still in tier 2. So when assigned a Slayer task, you'll be able to pick between 2 tasks. Very, very nice. Yep, it does. Yeah, you're ahead of ourselves though, so slow your roll for a second. When you roll a Slayer task, you can choose between the minimum and maximum amount of when requesting one. Very, very nice. It is something that's kind of in the game with one Slayer Master. And also, yeah, Slayer points and Reap points are 5 times when completing tasks. Remember I said that there is a thing that you need 150 Reaper points for. This means that you should realistically be able to get that by like day 2, even just doing easy bosses day 2, day 3, by doing just easy bosses. I think like the lowest amount of Reaper points for like Mole. What's Mole's Reaper points? Or like Barrows? You should have it within a couple of days just to infinitely be able to do Reapers. I think the highest one is like 30 points, so you can get it in 1 kill. So if you can kill one of the harder bosses, Barrows, yeah. But I think there's a couple of bosses that we'll be looking at. I'm looking at trying to figure out which boss we can try and get people on a Reaper point for. That's gonna be maximum, but it'll just depend on what you get given, if I'm honest. Okay, tier 3, 6 times experience multiplier still. All your movement abilities are reduced to 4.8 seconds. This is insane. You're going to be surging across the map. You're going to be diving across the map. Dive is an ability, by the way, that's normally locked behind a quest. It's not a particularly hard quest to go and do, but it's just another movement ability. Let me just quickly demonstrate search and dive for you. Sorry, 2 seconds. Where are we? Surge is you dash forward in a straight line. Does this stack with mobile? Don't know if Jagex has tested that. But yeah, so Surge, you dart forward in a straight line. Dive is an ability where, let me go get mobile on actually, so just do it a little bit quicker if I want to. Dive is you get a little you click where you gotta go, basically. It's a little bit more control. A lot of Surge on the wall, stacked with, yeah, can't wait. Yeah, it's gonna be really funny. Tier 4, where up to 8 times experience multiplier. Rare items are 4 times as common. That means boss drops start getting really, really silly. You unlock every single item in your tool belt, which is Bone Crusher, which is a thing that will automatically crush bones for you. It will automatically pick up gold for you. It is... What else is on the tool belt? I've got a near complete tool belt. It's Imp. It'll pick up... It'll pick up herbs for you. It'll pick up charms for you. When you teleport, it literally goes everywhere. Because... Okay, so let's imagine boss is about to do an AoE attack here for you. Like, I'm standing here, boss is gonna put down a circle saying they're gonna do an AoE attack here. Okay, now I'm out of the way of it. Now this is now on a 4.8 second cooldown rather than, like, currently for me, a 20-second cooldown. It's very, very good. Movement abilities is very good. They're a big part of combat. They're a big part of, like, bossing. Avoiding bosses' abilities, stuff like that. Movement is quite heavy. Also, Tier 4, Gate of Validness is available with a very short quest rather than a longer series of quests. Gate of Validness is a cool boss that I really fucking hate. The reason why this is really interesting is that it has a strange crafting method exploit with it, which is why they've probably put this behind Tier 3, or Tier 4 rather. Here's the thing. I'm gonna tell you now, right? So you come back to here, right? So you'll see that I've got right now Surge bound to my V key. So when I want to surge, I press V. Would you like to know a really funny fact about me when I play old school leagues? Which is the only time I play old school. That in my chat, because it's not like enter to start chat in old school. My chat is just V, 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 V. I still spam V just subconsciously. Because when I'm walking from one place to another, the surge just becomes like subconscious to me. So if you ever meet me in old school, ask me to because I sometimes do play, like every now and then I'll log on and, you know, go to, like there's a bunch of Pride events that I went to earlier in the year. There was a bunch of like I don't know if anyone was aware of the Pride riots as backlash to things that Mod North had said. So I kind of logged on a lot, and yeah, dives on D for me, surges on V. V just because it was like one of the most convenient keys for where my fingers rest. But that's the problem, because it's on a key that my finger rests, I just press it a lot. Now, TS5 is where the passives start getting insane. So yeah, we're still on a, you know, say multiplier, but Ancient Curses get unlocked, which is awesome that this is the tier that combat becomes really viable for people, because curses are a series of prayers. Here they are over here. You remember how they were pulled for old school and failed, and they were like a league relic at one time? Well, they're even more powerful in RS Relic. So you got Soul Split, which damage you inflict on your target will regenerate your own hit points. There's a bunch of stuff like that. There's some slightly higher level prayers that I haven't unlocked on this account that you can get from bosses. Basically, curses are awesome. But the problem is that they're locked behind one of the longest quest grinds. And to be honest, so I started a second account for something called Fresh Start Worlds a couple of years ago. And I played that account pretty heavily, including doing quite a lot of bossing on it. And I just never unlocked curses because I got like halfway down the quest list. And I was like, nah. And on leagues, I'll be honest, I'd be like, nah. So the fact that just Ancient Curses get unlocked for free the moment that you get your combat relic is pretty sick. When you get assigned a Reaper task, you can choose which task you want. Getting a tier 5 is as important as possible then, so you can start maximizing your points. Vorkath and Amaska are available without the quest requirements. That's pretty good, because again, they have pretty long quest requirements as well. By the way, Amaska is, yes, the goddess of destruction, you know, from the desert quests. She is actually a fightable boss in RS3. She is also some of the newest and the hottest content available. And I will be teaching that during leagues. I can promise you, you might be the worst player in the world. I can teach you normal mode Amaska, and I can probably in leagues teach you some of the harder mode Amaska stuff as well. And then, yeah, you also can unlock the ability to swap your spellbooks and prayers at the sage. That's always something that's in the game with combat achievements, but being able to do that just a little bit more readily, always going to be nice. Tier 6, you just unlock all of the Ancient Magic spellbook, which, again, I don't know why this is tier 6, to be honest, because, to be honest, you probably have more of that. All of the Lunar Magic spells you won't, because some of the Lunar Magic spells involve a really, really shitty minigame. Well, we didn't kill either of those gods. One of them got banished, and one of them... the boss fight is a non-canon fight. So the Amaska's boss fight is actually technically non-canon to the RuneScape story. It is her vision of a future fight with you. Only they are unlocked, by the way. Only thing that's not unlocked is... Bandos is dead. Bandos died a while ago. Got the judge of that. Where do I find him? Well, let's go check on him. Chat, should we go check on Bandos? Not Bandos. Should we go check on Guffix? Let's go check on Guffix. See how he's feeling right now. Hey Guffix. Hey Guffix, how you feeling, dudes? Spoiler, by the way. Yeah, it's only like a 10-year-old spoiler. Play the cutscene. Who plays the cutscene? Is it Reminisce? Still sleeping, I take it. Oh yeah, let's have a look at this cutscene. Siren's Return. There we go. Finn, yeah, spoiler. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. I mean, the Armadale level band one, to be fair. So, like, here's me. I'm surprised not many people have pointed out that I have dressed up for today's stream. I'm like, oh, Guffix. Oh no, here's Slisky. You know this smarmy motherfucker. I'm like, oh. Slisky's like, hi. Ah. Yeah, not a particularly dramatic fight. To be fair, Guffix had literally woken up literally seconds before. Why? It made sense to progress the plot. Yeah, the tier 6 stuff, honestly, just, it's fine. You see Slisky and Desky 2 hours. Yeah. You could have stopped him. Curdler. Well, nearly done for 72 seconds, and you can have my attention. And then, okay, tier 7. Red drops are 6 times as common. You're on a 16 times multiplier, and this is the most insane thing yet. So there is something called the advanced time spell can be cast without limit. 2 seconds, chat. Let me go get you. Let me go show you why this is insane. Because this fundamentally breaks so much. Advance time RS3. So in RS3, advanced time is a spell that you can cast 3 times a week, and it lets you skip a 24-hour period generally at a bunch of time-locked content. Because you can just spam this spell, it means you can spam days and days and days worth of content. One of those things, for example, is the Miscellanea Kingdom, which is a really good source of herbs in RS3, and logs, and fish, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Seeds, really good for seeds. You can do Player on Port, which is a Facebook minigame from like 2007 that somehow exists within RuneScape. There's Player on Farm, which is animal farm that you can grow animals. They take time to grow. You can skip it till they're grown, and bred, and have more babies, and then have the babies and harvest experience. It's a free farming experience. Basically, advanced time being able to be cast infinitely solves like every supply and experience issue known to man. This is the one thing that kind of remember earlier I mentioned there was one thing. Magic levels and runes are limits, but you can buy infinite runes from stores, and you can craft infinite time runes. They don't take that long to craft. Yeah, it's basically infinite. Treat it as infinite, because it is essentially infinite. It's a spell that I think if you're less knowledgeable RS3, you're less gonna know how to break it, but you're gonna quickly find that if like you watch someone stream, you speak to someone in game, you know, you come hang out with, you make friends, people who do play the game a bit more, they're gonna tell you what to use it on. It's an ability that 3 times a week I would already use anyway. Being able to use it infinitely is insane. Also, the Time Altar is my favorite place in RuneScape. It's one of the best stories ever told, with just a couple of quick transitions between time. It's pretty cool. Isn't Time Runes asked to get in, though? Not really. There's a teleport that takes you 2 seconds away from it. So you just teleport between wars back and wars in that teleport location endlessly. You put the archaeology relic on that makes teleports not require spells, not require runes. Rock tree. Yeah, we're pretty much done though. So I'm gonna be honest. There's a lot of talking. There's a lot of talking. So I'm going to go play the game a little bit now. But while I play the game, because I'm here... I mean, at this point, I'm not going to switch over to Twitch. Again, I've got more viewers here than I would normally get on Twitch. I found new people, by the way. Which is also pretty sick. I really appreciate you sticking around, Ask, and, like, chilling. You have shown that this might be something I need to explore a little bit further in terms of like, yeah, I mean, there's like 17 people. Yes, there's people who have specifically, I mean, I don't know if there's more than that right now, but like there's 17 people right now. I know there's a fair few people who've literally came because I've been promising to show off all the relics for like a week. So people like Soflin are here. I'm sure in the background, there's a couple other of the frog kisses. Now you know that nerd shit, you want to talk cosplay? Do I want to talk cosplay? Well, if people don't have, like, RuneScape questions, yeah, to be honest. I'm gonna have a little drink if that's okay first, though. Also, if you want to ask what I'm doing here right now, sorry, one more nerd tip. There's something called wilderness flash events every hour. Do them when you can. That's the only tip. Do them. They're an hourly event. Questions. I want to talk what cosplays I want to do next year. Okay, you can talk to me about cosplays you want to do, yeah. I know, frog kisses, maybe a plushie kisser. Ooh. Allegedly, I did not come on my Sonic plushie. I did not put my dick near my Sonic plushie. Well, million questions. Because you're going to think of something after we finish stream today. I realized that because this the very nature of being in the stream is I will think of something to say. I'm going to walk through a couple of bits or pieces that you probably aren't aware of. But if you are here for the first time, want to get a bit more of me, especially since I'm not, going to be honest, not stream on YouTube all of the time. I'm definitely going to look at streaming a little bit more YouTube though, because that's been pretty sick. I have a little Discord. Usually it's semi-active with random shit, but like mostly it's for pings. I would always appreciate it if you came in and joined there, because it just means you know where to find me when I put a video up. You know where to find me when I, maybe some Chunkman on YouTube? No, Chunkman's the one thing I cannot do on YouTube, man. Because it'll be, like, right now, when we do the thing that I've planned, Connor, the thing we were talking about the other day, yes. When we're caught up, yes. When that's happened, yeah. I am not doing very much damage, by the way. I've just realized that I'm not auto-retaliating. Okay, I've now done my 70k damage. I want to do Lucy from Elfin Laid. Cringe. Or Freya from Chobbits. Cringe. Yeah, it's... Right now, it's too far behind. Oh, it would actually genuinely be spoilers. That's rude. Lucy's cringe. And also, no. Not for you. I don't want to sound horrible, but not for you. But also, if people are leaving now that I'm done with my my walkthrough of relics and stuff, thank you very much for watching. Mwah. Why not? I just don't really see it, if I'm honest on you. She's a monster, I like monsters. But the other day, yeah. Leech, absolutely leech, yeah. I'm trying to think of some cool things to show old school players that they don't know exists. I mean, one second. I want to edit this webcam, won't I? There we go. Make myself a little bit bigger. There we go. Mwah! Archery Zuck attempt. You guys really want me to do fucking Zuck on stream when I already suck at Zuck? To be fair, checking the wiki for watching them. There's no clear Iron Man. Okay, tell me your combat style. Oh, actually, you know what? Right. Give me 2 seconds. Because we've got something better than the wiki now. Can I give you something that is actually gonna put people like me out of a job for doing information stuff? Suck at Zuck is good content. Sucky Zuck stream. No, honestly, watching someone's bad at Zuck is not nearly as much fun as it sounds. I'm getting a guide up. 2 seconds. Here is something that is, I think, still... Do you Raksha? Oh god, I tried Raksha the other day as a solo, by the way. That didn't go very well. It really didn't go very well. But be down. Wait, why is it not actually going down? Here we go. Got my lovely little fat tummy. If Nemo can do it, you can do it. Have you got your hard mode kill yet? Hard mode... Zuck kill? No. Do you want to see my Zuck kill information? Here is my Zuck information right now. I got 6 kills, 2 Ignia stones. Yeah, the progression guide is Necrot 95 and then use all the other style upgrades. Yeah, that's the... Don't want to think about Zuck. But no, the thing that I linked, the RS guide. So there's a YouTuber. He's called RS Guy. He's been working for the past fortnight on a guide that, quite honestly, this is... Oh my god, like, I don't know if I haven't seen all of the stuff because it's only just been, You Barrows? Hell yeah. Brother, Barrows actually gets me hyped. Because there's 2 extra brothers in Barrows, do you know this? But I am 2 items away from log on Barrows, and let me tell you, I am so fucking hyped to soon be done with Barrows. Like, unbelievably. Yeah, there's 1 brother, 1 sister. They're not actually... What was the... Oh my god, the top... Okay. before we go to Barrows, I need to explain something. So old school players are here right now, right? What is the first dual wield weapon introduced into RuneScape? It's Torag's hammer, right? Torag's hammers. You got doof, 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 doof. First dual wield weapon in RuneScape, yeah? It's technically a two-hand weapon, but it does two whatevers, yeah? So RS3 Evolution of Combat comes about, and that adventure, Barrows by a long shot. Barrows by so long. Barrows by like 2 years. 2 or 3 years, in fact. Because Barrows is Mauritania second update? Maybe even Mauritania first update. No, first update was Priest in Peril, the swamp wasn't there, it was... And then the swamp came with the second update? 2 years is almost like 8% of the game's history, and also back then 2 years was like 500 updates. I've played since 2003, 2004. So, you know, like, yeah, it sounds like it's not, like, it is a lot of time and it isn't a lot of time, but to me, it's a lot of time. Because I remember it back then, I remember the update pace back then. But yeah. So, RS3 comes about, Evolution of Combat. We introduce dual wielding, where you have a weapon in one of each hands. And they add a bunch of dual wield weapons to the Barrows drop log. Such as, they add a wand and a book for Aram. They add a pistol and an offhand pistol for Carol. And what did he add for melee? Nothing. And what did he do to the dual wield weapon that Torag has? They make it a hammer, a single hammer, where it is one hammer stapled on top of the other hammer. And they make it a two-hand hammer. And that decision is genuinely... The thing is, they could have made the two-hand Warhammer and made dual-wield hammers because they were adding other two-hand variants to enemies. They did a range one, they did a magic one, and they didn't do a melee one when there was a two-handed weapon. Dual-wield weapon. They're ready to use. And I'll tell you now, that single decision is my 13th reason. But that is my 13th reason. Salve amulets. So I just need you to know that if the worst would ever happen with me, I know it's doing. It is entirely down to the Torag hammer. You know, you could have asked me to do a fun boss. But we're gonna do Barrows. Cool. And the worst part is, you're not even gonna see me do the fun part of Barrows, because there's a skip for that now. You play the first play the game for 22 years, by the way. 13th... You know what? 13th reason is a funny joke. That one we're allowed to do. And also, I had to sit through that entire TV show. I'm allowed to make jokes about it. Anyway, this is one of the other brothers. This is Acrasay. He's a priest. He prays against the combat style you're using, except he can't pray against Necromancy. So fucking sit. Oh, no. Did you have to, though? Yeah, I do. This is my 13th reason is a funny enough joke. You don't think you finished the second? Oh, good. Oh, Dory, the third and oh, let's not talk about the late seasons of that show. Wait, do you not know about the season that they introduced a new main character who is in a relationship with the old main character, whose entire purpose is to humanize the rapist? Oh, this is like a difficult conversation for Twitch, but it is to humanize the rapist. That's your entire character's purpose. That was a decision that show made. Yep. He gets murdered, and then it is an investigative show about who murdered him and why. And actually, he wasn't so bad after all. He was starting to change. Anyway, this is the sister. This is Lindsay, the Disgraced. She shares a tomb with Aram. And she actually is pretty difficult. Yeah, Necromancy looks sick. Like, honestly, to someone who's not played RS3, Necromancy may be worth it just for the, I wasn't even praying the right thing there. I just realized that all my prayers are set for when I was doing, dinos. Yeah, the reason why is terrible. I watched it for kind of like the TV version of a book club that I used to be part of. Prayer not needed. Yeah. Prayer kind of is needed for Lindsay. A little bit. Smash. Anyway, because I've done enough combat challenges, rather than having to do all of the tunnels in Barrows, by the way, I can just teleport to the chest. Was it because I was stunned at the time back then? I remember liking it. The show's fine as long as you don't think about it too much. But the moment you give it any critical thought, they've similar. The doors are open to teleport. Yeah, yeah. But this is because I've done so many combat achievements. It just teleports. Yeah. It just it makes Barrows, considering, you know, that I've done, how many Barrows have I done? 1700? 1783 Barrows kills. And I still don't have a log. This is my last easy to obtain log, by the way. I really need to stop searching ever incorrectly. But yeah, I mean, like, I'm really excited for people to come across and try RS3. Is there a nice way to stick, nice slick way to see my achievements in combat log? Yes, there is. Here is all your achievements. You know, blah, 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 blah. Here's all your combat achievements. That links back into here. See which ones you need to do. In terms of boss logs, it's another little compass. Beasts. Then you can put up the collection log for a boss. You can see how many kills you've got at the boss. What your best time is at the boss. If the boss has got multiple ways of timing them, you can see this. You can also quick chat all this stuff in the game. And you can also then go Slayer creatures. You can pull up their collection logs. You know, you can see they've done that. You can see for certain creatures, it tracks the number of kills you've had at them. Uh, okay, guys, if you are more liberal-minded, I don't want to say leftist, but if you're more liberal-minded or leftists, and really don't like that aspect of the RuneScape community, I've got some great news for you. That the RS3 community is mostly gay fairies. Like, you gotta remember that most of the people that have been playing RS3, what was from the recent interview, someone, and it was like the average player who plays RS3 now has been playing for like 15 years. I think the average RS3 player has been playing RS3 for 15 years. So they tend to be aged a little bit older. They tend to be a little bit nerdier. They tend to be a little bit more obsessed. 20 years for me as well. 22 years for me. And to be honest, from my interactions with the community, they tend to be a lot more left-wing and a lot more gay, a lot more friendly. Definitely more friendly. Whereas the RS3 community, the old school community tends to be a little bit more American, for one. Whereas RS3 is definitely more European. But they tend to be a little bit more American, a little bit more right-wing, a little bit more racist, a little bit more, you know, homophobic. Blah, 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 blah. Can I give you a rep? What, for calling you a gay fairy? My brother in Christ, I have a pansexual flag behind me. I have the trans shark behind me. You know, sitting to my side. I have my blahage literally right there. I'm a fat dude with a mullet. Like, I've recently got in trouble from a YouTuber I don't like for laughing about the death of a certain person. Like, I'm called King Cuddler. Like, my community is well, for a long time. I think it's a little bit more balanced now, but I'd say my community is pretty balanced, male and female, and I'd say a healthy portion of the female part of my stream are trans. Just remember, you're on YouTube, where the TOS is slightly more heavily monitored, so I've got to be careful with what I say. But no, like, I mean, Goblino, you'll account for the fact that RuneFest, the little sort of LGBT meetup, you know, that was only a small group of people, but most of the people there were RS3 players. Most of the J-mods there were RS3 players. I learned J-mods that I didn't know were LGBT. It makes a lot of sense because some of the stuff that they've wrote, but do you have to be careful? I'm allowed to mock the dead. Just be careful in chat. Do I have autism? Natural RuneScape player. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, that's my community. Is, with the exception of, I mean, I'm trying to think in terms of the people at that meetup. There's only 2 people that I can think of that weren't RS3 players that I talked to. But they were people who were friends with RS3 players. Oh no! Well, Rum and Coke, you have found yourself deep in the hate mod North territory, and Yeah, it was. I mean, I had to leave because, to be honest, I was struggling here. But that's how I met you, though. Like, I saw your Goblino on the back, and I was like, "Holy shit, Goblino!" Because I had no idea what you looked like. It's a bit easier for me, like, people to pick me out in a crowd because I had a frog hat on. I stream, blah 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 blah. I don't think you'd been in my stream before then, and I was like, "Oh, that's a RuneScape name that I know." Which is, by the way, the nicest... No, it was the nicest thing of RuneFest, was every now and then I'd see someone that had the RuneScape, the RuneFest t-shirts on with their name on the back. And, you'd definitely been in your stream? If you had, you might have been a bit more lurky. Because I remember mentally having the thought, I can't remember if me and Goblino don't like each other. The same way, like, some of the I know I was fairly sure me and you didn't have a beef like that came from the Taskman side of things, but I couldn't be 100% sure. So if there was a moment where it seemed like I was really nervous to speak to you, it was because I couldn't quite remember if there was beef there. Yeah, I'm very critical of him. More because for Mod North, a lot of the word choices, like, while I can maybe sympathize with his ultimate point that he's trying to make, one, listen to the JMods, don't make your own decision. It was very clear he made his own decision. And two, you didn't just cosplay to be a better fit. See, I don't know what animes you like, and I don't know that many animes. Is it going to be a RuneScape-related cosplay? Oh, so Cosmic Persephone doesn't know what RuneScape is. She literally could not... I could just be sitting here talking and she'd be here bothering me. She's my IRL best friend. She's essentially my sister. Slash arch enemy. She is here to bother me, not because I'm playing RuneScape. But she's nice because here's the thing. If I'm having a particularly slow stream, she craves attention, which means that I've got someone always talking. She's such a great utility. The annoying thing is when I've got a busy stream, she doesn't know how to shut up. And doesn't take the fact that I'm talking to other people very well. But I love her anyway. You don't crave attention. Oh yeah. Has never once got upset if I've ignored your message for more than 5 seconds. On this exact stream today. Never happened. Yeah. Yeah, right. Oh, I'm really excited for Leagues now. Like, I'm so hyped for it, man. Hey, pay attention to me. Exactly. It's literally a catchphrase. You know what? We're gonna get the comfy RuneScape off. We're gonna go back to fucking the good music. Even though I've got to still keep it copyright free, which, by the way, is also the big reason I don't want to stream on YouTube very often. But I can only play copyright free music on YouTube because the audio split that you do on Twitch to get around VOD music doesn't work on YouTube. YouTube does do active copyright strikes, which I would rather not have happen, because YouTube's also a lot more hard to get rid of a copyright strike. I literally get that message like 15 times a day. You're not a fucking princess, though. Ah, man, I've really enjoyed today. I'm kind of terrified for the amount of streaming that I'm going to be doing over this next week. Oh, because if you... Yeah, ask, since you're new, I do have the entire first week of Leagues off work, which means, D-Gen level streams. Don't even message you every day, that's true. But the days that you do message me, pay attention to me. So yeah, it'll be D-Gen level streams. We're gonna go live an hour or two before, well, probably like an hour or so before Leagues is due to go live. So like lunchtime, 12 PM UK time, on Monday. And I am terrified of when I'm gonna log off that day. I'm having a nice long night of sleep. But I will be, when I'm streaming, like, if a question comes up while you're playing that you don't know what to do, you're a little bit stuck on something, you're not going to log off. Yeah, I'm not going to log off before midnight. That's definitely true. Yeah, that's definitely true, actually. I'm like, maybe, no. I'm probably not going to bed till at least, like, 2 AM, 3 AM. You want to answer right away? Yeah, I'm having a little bit of a think. So I just hate cosplay, that's my problem. Do what makes you happy is my answer. But you know what makes me happy? Chicken nuggies. Wait, no, our league starts, but yeah. Well, again, I'm gonna be here all day, and if you like, again, you know, when it gets started to bossing times and stuff like that, since I'm a lot more knowledgeable in the game, I can do bosses in much worse gear. So XP waste can never make me happy. Do you know, I would have said that years ago until I started doing my chunk man, and sometimes. So if you don't know my YouTube, I also do a chunk man series that's a year behind on videos right now. And one of the training methods there is like 2k an hour. Just clicking one button. And it makes me incredibly happy to do it. God, we are getting unlucky on barrage drops today. Yeah, stuff like that. Like, there's quite a few people that do like restricted accounts. I do Port Sarim. Didn't get that famous. Oh my god, no. The reason why VV asked earlier about it is because I got it the other week, and I just popped off in our clan, like really angry about it, and I was like, next time that you're in one of my streams, ask me about it. It's funny enough, Stalin time. No style. No style for a long time. This is one of the few places that Ghost Hunter is useful for. I don't think it does as much benefit as tier 90 and tier 95 gear does. But it probably does, actually. I'm thinking about it, it probably does. But it's not like... It does, yeah. For Lindsay, but it's getting it out of my player, like, out of my bank, and remembering I put it back on. It saves charges. I don't care about charges. I don't care about charges. All that coil for Lindsay. Yeah, I don't. That sounds like really sweaty shit right there. That's too much sweat for me. I'm just here to chill till I get a barrows drop, and then I'm gonna change which boss that I'm doing. It's all I'm here for is to. No, normally I'd bring the old deck coil. Spoda, we're not doing Spoda on stream for a second time. We're not doing Spoda on stream a second time. Oh my god, that was... Spoda? Well, technically isn't a spider, they're an Araxite, actually. Yeah, big spider. What is left then? Oh, like in terms of logs? Oh, good question. Raksha? Well, if someone wants to go Raksha with me... and base tank Raksha for me, I'll happily do Raksha. I know Raksha's mechanics, I just cannot do the DPS I need to do solo. I'll get better at it, but I just can't do it solo right now. I'll get there with practice. Who could do that? You wanna come do Raksha on stream? Wanna do Raksha on stream? I'm happy to pull Raksha up right now. If you want to do Raksha when I finish stream, we can do Raksha when I finish stream if you'd prefer. If you'd prefer some voice chat. I know, the reason that is specifically something Alex is asking is because I have asked Alex to go to take me to Raksha before. Because Alex knows how to base tank. That's all they know, and I know how to DPS. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that now, Alex, or we can do that after stream. I'll probably be streaming for... how long have I been streaming? Are we coming up on 4 hours? 3 hours? 4 hours? Does it show how long I've been streaming? We're coming up on 4 hours, right? Yeah. Oh, we've just passed 4 hours. So like, my dues are done. We've went over the thing that I wanted to go over. We've made some new friends. So if you'd rather do that voice chat and off stream, it's absolutely fine with me. I'd like to get some Raksha practice in, just so I'm ready to tackle it. Am I the new friend? Yeah. I've really enjoyed speaking to you. The Rumman caller. They've popped up a lot of stuff. Soflin I kind of knew, but they asked a lot of really interesting questions earlier in the stream. There was someone else that I can't think of who was in there like quite early and asked quite a few interesting questions. Yeah. Well, as I said, like, for me, I very quickly make friends with people who come to stream. Like, I am not a professional streamer. In the sense that, you know, I am the streamer and you are just a random person. Most of the people on my stream, I know almost every day to live their life after 4 or 5 streams. And they become new besties. I mean, some of the people here are people that have been, since day one, and been streaming like a year and a half now? Some of them are people that I picked up randomly, like, I don't remember where Alex came from. Was Alex, you were Leagues, weren't you? You were Old School Leagues. Right? I wanna say Alex was Old School Leagues, like the back end of Old School Leagues. Because he plays both games. Yeah, some of the people are a bit well, to be fair, you, Nemo, a few other people who are regular attendees. Well, I'm just chill, man. Like, I'm not a sweaty gamer. I'm not an elitist gamer, which I think is... If you've only dealt with old school people... I don't want to say that the old school community has an elitism problem, because the RS3 community does as well. But the old school community has streamers who get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of viewers. And I think it goes to their head very quickly. We went through Horn / Taskman. Nemo, you knew me before Fresh Start Worlds, you fucking dickheads. Yeah, new friends definitely need to join Discord, because you're not going to find me through YouTube very often. What I will say is multi-stream might become an option. I am considering multi-stream. My issue is I have not figured out how to multi-stream in OBS. If anyone knows how to multi-stream or can find me a guide on how to multi-stream, that'd be really useful. That's true. I think it also helps that there's just more people wanting to watch that content. Like, I don't want to say people who stream old school aren't good, they don't get the viewers they deserve, and blah 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 blah. What I more would say is the people who stream RS3 don't get the viewers that they deserve. Like, I'm in no way saying I'm an amazing blah 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 streamer. But like, so there's my friend Eddie Moo. He gets like hundreds of thousands of impressions on his YouTube shorts. Hundreds of thousands of impressions. Like, he is the one guy who's cracked YouTube shorts. And he gets like 30 viewers. 20, 30 viewers on a stream. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with him? Like, how? How is this guy not watched by everyone? And then I remember, actually, I can't watch him, I'm streaming. But he's like, he's just one of the funniest people. Like, he is funnier than any like old school streamer, by far. He's just a person who knows how to do good reacts moments, which is why his clips are so fucking good. He is so funny though, and it's like, the fact he isn't, it's not even that he's not even the most viewed RS3 streamer. It's that, like, we're on a similar level, which doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, he's so good. He's just the boy. And I'm really sad that I didn't get to hang around with him at RuneFest. Because, at RuneFest, we kind of didn't know each other. But We knew each other through other people. But I didn't want to intrude when one of my friends was going and meeting with them for a bit and hanging out. Because I didn't know him, so I didn't want to, like, be the third wheel. And literally right after RuneFest, I started, like, watching his streams. Because people kept on mentioning how funny he was. And I was like, damn. I could have spent a weekend hanging out with this guy. It's because the relative size of the player base, dude. It's not even that, man. Like, there's what? There's... Even if there's 8 times more people playing Old School right now, there is 100 times more people watching Old School content. Like, if you go look at how many people are watching on Twitch right now... Yeah, that's absolutely right. Like, my chunk man kind of to a certain extent does that. But the thing for video content for RS3 is that, like, account stuff doesn't get that much traction. But guides? Like, that's the YouTube meta for RS3 is guides. Guides and news. Which, look, I think I made a pretty good guide video. Considering it was my first guide video. Oh, don't say a single bad word about RS Guy. It is wiki reading. It's like one of the few people pull big numbers. It's not weird at all. RS Guy knows how to market himself. He does very, very informative, very, very concise YouTube content. That's news, updates, stuff like that. But then does the weird stuff on stream. But because people know him from the other stuff, they're gonna watch him. Yeah, he's just a very easy to watch person. But he is the person who knows, like, because you know the story about like him getting the specific YouTube training from YouTube themselves and the absolutely insane thing that they said to him, right? I don't know if you remember that. Which is where YouTube were like, if you streamed any other game, you'd be making millions of dollars. And like that was like YouTube's creator like training program. Like the head of that was like, if you streamed, literally if you played anything else on YouTube, you'd be making $1 million within a year. And he's still stuck with RuneScape because it's what he loves. But it's gotta be, yeah, it's gotta be, well, it doesn't have to be genuine. There's a lot of big streamers who are very clearly not genuine, who take advantage of, like, the fact that kids can't see that a lot. You know, there is a lot of million views per video YouTubers out there who I'm not an Oda fan. Though I will say, you know what, I will give Oda the tiniest bit of props that he has, I don't know, maybe de-radicalized himself a little bit and became a little bit more personable. But I'm still not a fan of him. And talking about RS Guy. Sorry, I think my brain is disconnected with the connection order, Bollock. No, but yeah, our Sky is just like the actual. I mean, like he worked for Jagex for like 6 months till he realized that it kind of put him in a position that he wasn't comfortable with. It was really a moment of really good character. So he got hired to like be a content creator liaison, and work on trying to improve the content creator space in RS3, because he just knows this stuff like in depth. And then it got to a point where there was like an RS3 controversy, and he felt like he couldn't comment on it. So he went to his boss within Jagex and was like, "Am I allowed to make a video on this?" Yeah, RS guy should win every Golden Gnome, to be honest. The RS3 Golden Gnomes were like interesting, because for quite a lot of it I just didn't get. Yeah, oh, that's why you mentioned Old Block. Yeah, it's like, well, if you heard Buse at that him at Old Block winning his Golden Gnome, hi, I was a person who organized a campaign to boo Odablock at RuneFest, which was every single person that I talked to the entire day of RuneFest. It was like, hey, are you coming to the Golden Gnomes tonight? Cool. We're now friends. Make sure this evening, when Odablock inevitably wins a Golden Gnome, that you do boo him. For being a blight to the community. Because of the chat, yeah. Why have I not had a single drop? Well, I think RS guy will win a Golden Gnome next year. But the Golden Gnome that he'll win next year will be the one that Crystal won this year, which was like the community champion, or whatever it was called. Like it was basically the award for like doing the most work within the community, like the content creator community itself. It was an award voted on by content creators. If RS guy doesn't win it next year, I'd be very surprised, because he's doing a lot of work right now. Like I linked it earlier, the RS guide that he did. He literally did a Jagex quality guide to the game with his community in like a week. And it's like every single person that's playing leagues, I just want to send it to them. Well, like person earlier was saying, oh, it's not really clear on the wiki like what the progression path from tier 60 is, and like it's in the RS guide. What guides? Attack. Here's your leveling. Where you're gonna do your leveling at. Gear recommendations for every single tier up to tier 95. Like, there's your progression. Oh, it's all that. Okay, de-radicalized maybe isn't the word. I don't want to say he's radicalized, but he has toned down some of the stuff. It's like, I don't want to get into it too much, because like it's not really worth it. Real archery question: why is Grips with 7k? Good cooking experience. Also, 7k is like literally nothing. That's kind of the problem. What's the gold conversion rate? From RS3 to... Okay. How much are your bonds worth right now? Like, what is a bond selling for in Old School right now? And I'll do the maths on what that actually is in Old School money. 12 mil? So it's like 10 times more expensive. So that's like 700 gold in Old School money. Maybe, because our bonds are like 130, 140 mil right now. Yeah, grips are extremely fast and they're kind of annoying to buy. And they don't really drop from anything that well. What, Makima? Makima's fine. Yeah, Makima would be a good one. Yeah, it's basically, there's just a 10 times price difference between stuff. But that doesn't really, that's not 100% of the time. Oh no, R3 inflation is good. It is actually good in our game to a certain extent. There's a level of inflation which is good, and there is a level of inflation which is bad. Because of reasons. The problem that RS3's had for a long time isn't that there's too much gold in the economy, and not that gold is too easy to get. It's that not enough things in the game take gold out is the problem. It said inflation is good, unlike the global... Oh, because unlike the global economy. Right, yeah. Sorry, I didn't read the second part of that. Unlike the global economy, where like inflation is fine. You just don't need crazy inflation, hyperinflation. Strangely, the RS3 economy right now is in like a scarily healthy place. Oh no, the best thing you can do is stay inflation, fiat like Japan has. Japan is not got a good economy right now. Let's not try and use Japan as an example of a good economy. Japan is an economy on the brink of collapse right now. If anyone looks at their books too hard, there's a chance the Japanese economy explodes tomorrow. Yeah, Japan's economy they're not growing at all, hence the need for the problem is that they have a rapidly aging population and incredibly low birth rates, which means that the country is bound to collapse at some point. And they owe so much money. You know, people, yeah, if they inflate, they need more people, and yeah. The problem is that in an aging economy, it's led to very funny things happening. Isn't the same for Korea? Korea, yes and no. Korea's problems are a little bit less serious than Japan's. For a couple of reasons. But, yes, very similar. %3 on what? The debt, or Because if I remember, the reason why, like, the Japanese debt thing is such a problem, is that, like, they're, like, the bottom of a house of cards for international finance. Oh, Japan's population. The aging population. But no, the reason why the Japanese economy is really, really scary, if you think about it for too long, is that, like, they are quite literally, like, the bottom of a house of cards. Because who they own debt with, and who they've sold debt to, is, like, really bad for the global economy. If it goes tits up, like, the American financial crash will look like a Tuesday. I was reading a really long... A lot of Brazilians as well. A lot of Brazilians. The Japanese Brazilian population is a really interesting factor. Yeah, the Japanese racists are pretty bad. It's a weird country. A bigger problem globally, though? No, the reason why now the Japanese one would be a big problem is because it is like this little this weird chain of debt. If Japan went under and had to start calling in the debt that it has, it like takes out this weird chain of countries that eventually, like, destabilizes everyone. Different NHS job. You all don't need doctors now. No, we do. Because the doctors that we have won't work for pennies. You're probably trained stream title. I'm still answering any... Like, if anyone wants to come here and ask for relic advice... I literally, I'm streaming right now until I get a Barrows drop. If anyone's got any, like, relics advice at this point, ask away. I feel like I've answered every question people had. Mostly. Stream ends when League starts. If we were streaming on a Sunday, I might have joked about that. No, you're not derailing at all. This is the kind of stuff that you will come to learn is the reason why people come to my streams. We will have silly butt and dick joke hour, followed by, like, intense socio-economic political discussions. Randomly out of nowhere. Like, that is very much the vibe of this stream, and very much my vibe. Persephone, what was the weird shit that we were debating with that one guy that time? Well, other than he was like a climate science denier and stuff like that. But there was something... Tell you everything about Invention. Everything. Okay. Fuck it. You know what? Invention. Invention 101. Invention 101. Okay. It's gonna be hard to display some of this. Don't you mute your best friend for? Yeah, because you're being a little brat. But yes. Invention 101. In the simplest terms. Gonna be here, I'll get comfortable. Once met a flat earther, he sold your hash. Sounds like a flat earther. Catch your sibling. Noise. So, Invention Guilds. So this will be the first place you probably come and do Invention. You'll come here, you'll do a tutorial. There'll be a very basic tutorial where there's a dwarf. Is the dwarf dead now? Oh, here it is. Doc. you'll say, take some of these and disassemble stuff. So, Invention has 3 parts to it. 4 parts to it. Wait, let me count. Machines, augmentation, perks, disassembly. Yeah. 5 parts to it. Part number 1. Disassembly. You get a stack of items. You drag it over to this thing. It disassembles them. You won't see because my camera's over. But you'll see here, I'm getting materials. This is the first part of Invention. This is also something you don't need to worry about because you're going to get perfection and have infinite materials. When you've got some materials, you come across this bench. Now, because you've not discovered something yet, you're going to get some blueprints. There'll be a fun little minigame showing you, here are some blueprints that you can research. You do a thing with this, you'll understand it when you do the tutorial. You've now discovered how to make this item. You come next to it, you manufacture. I'm going to make a ancient gizmo shell. That's going to require these invention parts. I've got infinite invention parts. You make them. You do that and the disassembly until level 32? Wait. Where is the first time you can... No, that's archaeology. Invention. When is it you can augment something? Augmented item, maximum level... Augment... Oh, wait, no, level 16, augmented armor? Huh? Is it all level 6? That feels like really low. Oh, no, it is different levels. So is that chest? That's level 16. Right, disassemble a level 16. You can now augment a piece of augmentable equipment. So you go to your bank. Do I have any augmentable armor that I haven't augmented? I mean, you just grind 99 with Invention and pick Invention instantly. Yes, also, Invention is a 120 skill. However, that is not going to be the best way for you to do Invention. Because the experience given from making stuff is pretty low. To be fair, some of the stuff will be fine. Actually, with infinite components, you probably will be better off just making stuff. Huh. Fine, you get 120 invention. Congratulations, you've unlocked the ability to make everything invention. Because you've just infinitely done the lowest level stuff. Once you can make something that gets you experience, how the important part of invention works is through the augmentation of... Do I have an augmenter? You take a piece of augmentable gear. You take an augmenter. Gives good XP. It does, but you can only do it the one time. You click. I have now made a piece of augmented gear. This allows me to slap some gizmos on it. I'm not going to slap gizmos on this, but gizmos. Oh, do I have any armor gizmos? It's weapons. There we go. Ancient gizmos. This will give you a list of all of your materials and a little 3x3 grid. And what you do is you put certain of these materials into this grid to get specific perks. So, like, for example, if I put these 5 items in here, I have a chance to get lucky. Oh, these are all bad. Why am I putting those in? For example, that. Well, I don't think you need one of those. This would give me... Okay, it's 2 of those. Would give me Venom Blood, which just negates regular poison damage. And then I could slap that onto a piece of armor, and now this piece of armor negates regular poison damage. Meaning I don't need to use anti-poisons. That could be incredibly useful. Let me go get my actual gear on. So, like, on here right now, I have biting, which, I mean, it's a biting, which gives me a 4% chance, because I got biting 2. Or biting 2 is 2% chance. I got a 2% chance of critically hitting. I am poison immune. Periodically, every 1 minute, I will zap for 50% of my weapon damage to my enemy. And there is a 1% chance per rank, so a 3% chance to prevent my adrenaline from being used when I use an ability that uses adrenaline. So there's a 3% chance to just get an ability for free. And that can be increased by getting your level item up to level 20. What happens then? Once you get an item with a certain level, so like for example, for draining, it is level 12. And I would take this item off. I will get an equipment siphon. And I will get... You're going to be surprised by how much experience this gives me, by the way. This is non-leagues experience, by the way. Do you want to guess how much experience I'm about to get from this? Maybe don't hover over the item experience. Because that's not actually how much you get. No. Venom Bloods negates... So, from draining this level 90 piece of gear, tier 90 piece of gear, I get... 600,000 experience. I should mention that sounds like a lot. It is. However, Invention works on a different XP table to regular skilling. Or where its level is. So it'll be a lot more when you get times 16, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So if you just want to augment a piece of armor, like a high tier piece of armor, go and do combat for a couple of hours, take it off, you'll get shitloads of Invention experience. But again, because you got perfection, you're alright. You probably will just get everything done on the table. Level up, unlock new blueprints, blah blah blah. You'll probably just do that quite quickly, and because I wouldn't recommend doing Invention too early, but if you just hold off doing it with perfection, it's pretty good. If you're a new player, I'm probably just going to suggest you do that. That does sound complicated, but can you understand now why I'm saying take perfection? It makes Invention really simple, because you no longer have to think about the complicated bit, which is how do you get it? How do you get all the materials that you need? Because like 1 to 120 Invention would be... It's fairly late as tier 6 anyway. It is. But to be honest, before tier 5, you're not going to need it. Because your combat power starts going off after tier 5. It's not going to be a huge power boon to you. It's 80 million experience, yeah. It's, again, Invention works off a really fucking weird XP amount. So it's like 8 siphons, yeah, 60 times. That's because that's what gives you components. So when you disassemble rarer items, that's what gives you things like Armadillo components. If you do Armadillo armor from God Wars. This is the big one, Illujankins. You'll be using a lot of those. Remember the name Illujankin? Illujankin... Third Age components... Noxious components. Noxious components, another big one that you'll be very glad you've got infinite of, because they're a pain to get. These ones that are used in, these are ones from archaeology. Yeah, all of those Illajankins are mostly from Scav. A couple of those are from some stuff that I did over bingo. So yeah, Invention, very complicated. Perfection will just remove the need for you to think about it much. How easy is farm clues? Is there an easy way to... Okay. Would you like to know how to farm every tier of clue? So... let's do this. Connor, you're getting ahead. Do I have a... Right. So, for easy clues, you go to Lumbridge. Connor, yeah, thank you for retracting your comment. No, it's just the thing is, right? Person asks streamer says, "Oh, I'll show you." A very helpful stream friend tries to give answer immediately. It has to be Ham. Yeah, it is Ham. Of course it's Ham. Ooh! There's one of my Chunkman friends here.
Thank you all so much for watching our official RuneScape medley featuring the legend himself, Mod App.
Shut the fuck up, Cole. So this is where the Ham hideout is in You're gonna come over to this room. How much long are we streaming? Forever? Not that long. It's not going to be this easy for you because you don't have the level 99 kip. This is what it would be like if you were doing it with the thieving perk. But once you get level 99 thieving, you'll use the thieving cape. Level 99 thieving incredibly quick. You'll have that well before you get the clue relic. You'll start seeing the clues. There's an easy clue. You'll start seeing these come in pretty quickly. I don't want this one. I want this playlist. So there's two. And remember, these are going to be twice as easy to get, by the way, because of the clue relic. Until I get a piece of Barrow's gear, I've given up on Barrows. 99 kip is so much free. But if it knocked me long, I'll wait for you finish. No. 70, you have a lovely night. It is past midnight. Oh, why do you lost the marbles? I mean, again, I'm sure you'll have done that as part of the getting 99, but there's a Thieves quest series. Do them, they're very good. But yeah, so you know, the clues are okay. This is actually surprisingly slow. Normally I'd have, but this is also 100% AFK. Oh yeah, Ham's have like 32 items on the drop table. You're right. You're right. Something in cellars. Yeah, exactly those ones. But you need to do Lost in Marbles, because it reduces the number of items on their drop table. This makes it able for you to AFK with the 99 cape. There's another one. So yeah, for easy clues, the meta is just pickpocket Hams when you want to AFK. With 2 times chance of getting clues, you'll get easy clues very, very quickly. Would you like to know how to get medium clues? You're going to love my answer of how do you get medium clues? It's very funny. This is one of my favorite bits of advice. Barrows? No, way better than that. Way funnier than that. Way funnier than that. So the advice to how to get medium clues is to get hard clues. Because you will get hard clues quicker than you'll get medium clues. The way of getting medium clues is so slow that engineering cape. My brain couldn't quite think that. You want to go Hellhounds? You want to get Dungeoneering? You want to go in here? You want to go... This is going to be so busy, though. So, prepare for me to retract this comment in if they don't make these instance to yourself, which I've got a feeling they're going to have to do. Anyway, you put... You won't have a cannon, but if you do have a cannon later on, it will help. You won't have this cannon, unfortunately. This is a cannon, by the way. This is firing cannonballs, but I'm just doing this to prove the point. Dwarf cannon. This isn't the dwarf cannon. This is the Oldak coil. This is a Tesla coil. This is a magic cannon. It just happens to be consuming cannonballs. This is one of the things that unlocks with the Perfection Relic. This is the magic version of the Dwarf Cannon. This is the Goblin magic cannon, basically. Oldak the Goblin, yep. He is one of the Invention tutorial people for Goblin Invention. You know how the bit on the Relic says that you unlock the Dwarven and Goblin blueprints? Yeah, he has made this cool magic cannon, and the dwarves have made a cool melee one. But yeah, this will be how you get hard clues. Hellhounds just drop hard clues really commonly. You can downgrade hard clues to medium clues. There probably will be a better way of getting medium clues now that 2 times the chance. But to be honest, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Isn't getting cannonballs a pain for irons? Do you see my stack of 67k cannonballs? No. Is the short answer. There's some bosses that drop them, yeah, so Corp drops them. Oh wait, you still think Corporeal Beast is a hard boss? Would you like to see me AFK Corp Beast? There's a funny thing I can show an old school player. Would you like to see me AFK Corporeal Beast in like 60 seconds or less? That sounds like something funny for an old school player. Okay. That sounds like a funny thing. Cannon. And what's that? I'm not even going to use a spear. What's that? I'm gonna do Corporeal Beast without a spear, AFK. And it's gonna be it's gonna take less than a minute to kill him. It might even take as little as 20 seconds. Oh, I didn't reset the portal. Ba 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 ba. You have a chunk man. So no, Corp is really easy. So Corp, we come to Corporeal Beast, we go into a private encounter, because you know we don't want to get crushed at Corp. Oh, I just left. Rejoin last instance. Let's go across here. Oh, I didn't have my prayer on. Oops. Anyway, put this cannon down. Stand here. Anyway, this is Corporeal Beast. He's really fun. I'm not using a cannon. I'm not even doing this, like, particularly well, by the way. I'm using an inefficient automatic revo bar. Anyway, so I'm just gonna put my hands behind my head. This is Corporeal Beast. was like, you know, there's not a particularly good drop. Let me, I've just realized I may have forgot to set it away that it's going to show me my kill time, so let's just back that up for a second, so we can actually have a kill time. Does everyone have spirit shields? Drops are still pretty rare. One of the drops here is currently worth so much fucking money. Very few people have spirit shields, but one of the items here is now incredibly valuable. So yeah. You can just see the kill time up here. What's that? 17 seconds and he's already half dead and I'm AFK. Not even using a spear. And I'm taking no damage. And this isn't even during leagues. This is things that the old school player base just cannot comprehend. It's a 40-second AFK corporeal beast kill. Unless people come and... Connor, I will say now, the shield... Spectral for the Necromancy Corp shield is very, 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 very in demand right now. Like, the price is actually through the roof because it's an item that is now used quite commonly for, a mascot. It's kind of part of the 2K tech, and it's definitely going to be part of the 4K tech. The items went up, like, incredibly high in value. So there we go, we're, like, nearly done now. I mean, it's auto input, yeah. You're like a 34-second kill there. Just tally home to recharge back. Yeah, BGS. Yeah, bring him down to 1 combat, yeah. So, do you guys watch our Old School Chunkmen? My friend Slabrava did a bit of Corporeal Beast on his Chunkman, where it took him like 30 minutes to get a single kill, 20 minutes to get a single kill. I'm good friends with one of the people that I think was on the Iron Man leaderboards for Corp for the longest time. If you recognize the name Iron Equity from leaderboards, they're a very good friend of mine. He went like thousands of kills dry on Corp for log. What was his final Old School leaderboards? Old School leaderboards. Surely he's still on Iron Man, Corporeal. Surely he's still on the Old School Corporeal Beast high score. Iron Man. 2 seconds. Where's Corp Beast? He's gotta still be on there, right? Yeah, he's rank 4 for total kills on Corp Beast. And when I showed him this the first time, he like actively got mad how AFK Corp is. Is he... What other ranks is he on? Rank 7 clue scrolls? Damn. That's some flex right there. Rank 7 clue scrolls. For all clue scrolls. Specifically rank 8 for hard clues? Damn. Yeah, rank 4 for Corp. Rank 15 for Skatizo. Anyone else where he's like less than like rank 20? Rank 29 for Krell. 36 Calphite Queen. Man, he's got a couple interesting ones. 25 for Iron Man Chamber is Eric. Those are some flexes. But yeah, so you know, Corp is a pretty AFK boss, is my point. I'm sitting here reading the leaderboards, and I don't even have prayer, and I'm not dying. I'm not even eating, I'm not even praying, and I'm not dying. There's a lovely 120 GP, oh, 120k GP Alk. You know. 25 rank Cox is legit, to be fair, yeah. 25, like, I mean, to be fair, his clue ones are what's most impressive, but he is, like, obsessively... Oh, he is obsessively, like, a collection log person. How do I to make the Elder God Overload Sal thing? Yes. This is my tab. Okay, let's move some things out for a second that don't belong in here. 2 seconds. Let me clean up this tab. Let me just quickly clean up this tab just a little bit. That technically belongs in here. Right. So everything before this item here is a component required to make an Elder Overload potion. Everything before this. So that is 3 rows of bank items. Like, yeah, so Cadentine to an unfinished Cadentine potion with white berries to make a super defense with clean land item to make a extreme defense, etc, etc, etc. It's, have you not seen the chart? Elder Overload potion chart. This is the salve chart. That salve is a little bit more. Okay, here is an item that's made with other things. Let me go save this. And actually, this isn't all of the items. I've just realized because this doesn't even have all the salve stuff in. So you want to make an Elder Overload salve, I hear. Let me show you the process step by step for that in short form. Add image. This, for fuck's sake. I hate when it clicks out. Okay. Here is the step by step process of making an Elder Overload salve. And actually, to be fair, it's technically missing steps because it assumes that you already have... Oh no, it's got all the breakdown of all the steps there. With the amount... Yeah, this is... Get ready to clean your eyes. Yeah. Phoenix Feather, yeah. That's for the anti-fires. That's for anti-fires. Primal Extract, it's fine. Primal Extract is just these fruit trees, take a primal pulp, put it in a vial. What the fuck is salad ingredients? These fruits become primal pulp extracts because they're primal fruit trees. Don't worry about it. Mango, avocado, yeah. The fruity goodness goes and becomes primal extract. And with Fellstalk and an Overload Potion, it makes a better Overload Potion. Don't worry, these Primal Pulp are used in a lot of post 99 Herblore. Because guys, you remember, skills go to 120 in RuneScape. Not every skill, but skills go to 110 and 120 in RuneScape. They're not, when you're at 99, you're not finished. Do you remember that? Herblore, Herblore, Slayer, Dungeoneering, Farming, Archaeology, and there's another one. It's 120. I think. No, that's every 120. Yeah, Elder Overload Scam, Overscam. All you actually really need to do is the top bit of this, the bit that comes from like where the super restores are and stuff like that. Yeah, like I have got 158 Elder Overload Potions. These last 6 minutes each. That's 6 times 158. I've got all these little smaller doses here. Don't worry about it. You will. Yeah, you'll be fine with normal overloads or Elder Overloads eventually. Elder Overloads is what you want to aim for by the end. But just the regular ones. What is the... You know, I hate when I've accidentally added images to the thing and I forgot what they are. That's... Okay, fine. I've deleted everything I don't need. Is there any other last minute questions before I go? Because I'm going to be honest, it's kind of getting now to the point where, like, I'm probably going to have to call it a night. I can see... At least one of you's jumped into the Discord. I mean, that's gonna be you ask, I've just realized. I'll ask them later, I've got more. I guess this is the point where, in prep for Monday, just in case I don't figure out multi-streaming, because if I figure out multi-streaming, I think Monday I might go live on both sites. However, follow me. If you have Blue Sky, you'll probably find that's my most active social media platform outside of Twitch. Outside of Discord, rather. Do feel free to, as I said, join my Discord. Also, just like, if you don't want to ask a question publicly in Discord, DMs are fine. I'm not a don't DM me person. Like, if you've got a question, I can't promise I'll answer it immediately. But, like, I don't have a problem with someone DMing me going, what's this? And tomorrow I've got no plans. If there is something that you think of that you want a visual demonstration of, I'm more than happy anytime tomorrow to just jump in my Discord channel, stick on a stream for like 5 minutes to show you how to do something. If there's a boss that you're like, oh, how does this work? Absolutely fine. And during leagues as well. Obviously if I'm like middle of a boss grind, don't like ask me to come show you how to do fucking God Wars or something. But, you know, if I'm just like skilling and chilling and chatting and you're like, how do I kill this boss? And you want someone to just do a quick like visual demonstration of it during week 1, I'm your guide. I think I'm gonna take the silence as there's no more questions. Which, if that is the case, I'm King Gudler. This has been an absolute pleasure Show them the combat achievement rewards. I'll show them the combat achievement awards. I think all the social. Well, if you've got blue sky, you're it always tells me you're a good person. Combat achievement. Why do I get there? Combat achievement rewards. What? Like the fact you. None of this is that useful, Connor. Combat achievements are fine. There's rewards. They're pretty good. That was like the portal that I showed you. None of this matters. None of this matters. You'll have a million. Man, I'm just looking at all the points. But people have like comments and stuff. A lot of chatters today's stream. I appreciate it. Genuinely, this has convinced me to put onto the Discord. Want to get the guy getting mad? Yeah. I mean, it's getting your Twitch. Yeah. Bars poll, no KC for God Wars. Yeah, no KC for God Wars is pretty cool. Yeah, don't worry, I'm getting that in. Yeah, Rum and Coke, again, thank you very much for hanging out as well. You've, as I said, I always like finding new people. You have the tangent. Again, I'm going to be streaming 12 hours a day, Monday to Sunday next week. Let me tell you now, conversations like that are exactly what I'll need to get through the week. So please come and throw stuff like that at me, right? Because the thing is, I can talk forever. I think I've proved that this evening if you've stuck around for long enough. I can talk forever about anything for as long as I want. But the moment I don't have anything to bounce off, I fucking die on stream. So, any dumb thing that you can throw my way, any random conversation point you can throw my way, any question, any requests, any little request for social that you do will amazingly carry me. So again, my name's been King Cuddler. It has been a genuine pleasure. I will have to look at streaming more on this little YouTube-y thing every now and then, because it's a surprisingly nice crowd. A little bit less. I was expecting maybe a little bit more of an aggressive atmosphere. If you haven't watched it, I did also do a League's video for people who are coming from Old School. Maybe watch that, and otherwise, I'll be live Monday, around about 12. If you follow me on socials, you'll know when. Love you. Mwah!